Welcome in everyone. We are back to playing Sultan's game by Double Cross Studios, and let's continue on for the hard decisions because we've got many of them to make, and oh boy. So, get organized here. This is the board. Things have gone horrifically wrong, and we are probably screwed, but we're gonna try again anyway. So, we've got people who want to talk to us. We've got things going on. Let's talk to our daughter. Lumera bows to you and tells you she wants to learn the ancient language of the Empire, which is the language of her homeland. This language doesn't differ much from the common language, but many terms are different, especially those related to faith. I think the past is not important. What matters is that I used this life to do something I want to do. The ultimate goal of life is to achieve happiness, which is what you taught me. I had thought about it, and my happiness lies in learning more knowledge. Please send me to learn the ancient language. I will repay your benevolence doubly. She says this while groveling, and you contemplate the answer. Sending her to learn the ancient language requires some money, but she's very smart, so it might be worth it. Absolutely, we will agree. If you are willing to pay double the price, you can use this to break extravagance card. She needs wisdom. She has 5 wisdom. Is there anywhere else I need to be on this board before then? I need to be in the Sultan's game, but I could do that tomorrow. I don't have to be in this one. I could just send people. Okay. What does Jawad want? Oh, right. Jawad approaches you with an ingratiating smile to discuss marriage between nobles. He inquires about the young men from prominent families and pulls out a fine bottle of wine, probing you about their virtues and if there were any disreputable acts, as if you must be quite familiar with these matters. Thus you muster your spirits and endeavor to highlight the youth's virtues and excellence, until your mouth goes dry. But he shakes his head. Still not quite. With all due respect, not worthy of my Aromina. A bit annoyed, you say, "Are you here to waste my time?" He is startled and quickly bows his head in apology. In one moment, he is proud and joyful father boasting about his daughter. In the next, he reverts back to his greasy and sly demeanor. He slips several gold coins to your servant, smiles, and says this is for their tea. Yeah. Smarmy bastard. Okay. So. Who's at the bookstore? Samir? Alright. Yeah, no, I'm not really needed for anywhere else, so... Ah, this is for our wisdom. I see, I see. There we go. Okay, I have to do this next time. We need charisma and sociability for that. Which none of these things can give. need people to go to this. Okay. How about... those two. That should suffice. Yeah. That should suffice. My lowest two are combat and survival. This should be okay. Got that. Got this. There we go. And then all I have left is this thief, who doesn't really need to do anything. Although Raid is really pretty good, so... Hi, you're coming out. Do I like this turn? No. Is this where we're at? Yes. I do have 3 piety on there, but there's never anything I need. Ah. I have too much bad things going on. Not enough people available still. Everything is going badly. Ay, ay, ay. It's definitely worth it, assuming you survive that long. Jawad, I know your daughter. The best match for her is one of my slaves, specifically my errand runner. Don't get above yourself. Yes, but... The best person for Aramina is the person who makes Aramina happy. That's it. That is what the answer is. True, and that person can be our a little runner boy. It can be Zephyr. Can be. But at the end of the day, it is the person who makes her happy. Just as we attempt to make our wife happy, even though I need to do something about that, and it's just not working out. Alright, the observatory goes off. We got the Sun's Companion. Awesome. Due to unusual weather, some of the sacrificial vessels became damp and deformed. Of course, this is the explanation of those marshals in charge of safekeeping ritual wares. It may simply be because of their negligence or even using inferior items. If you're willing to put in some effort, you can adjust the budget to help them correct this mistake, or you can hand these failures over to the Sultan's executioner. Don't worry, I'll take it over. After all, it's the Empire's money being spent. You just need to carefully amend receipts and reports. But now, few people are willing to do such things, and these marshals will forever owe you a favor. In the astonished gaze of the vizier, you see relief. Is this the truth behind inviting you to work together? He knows that one day you will draw a golden bloodshed card, and you will use it on the most detestable elder. Now he lies peacefully in a pool of blood, leaving all the remnants of this empire, mainly pressure and excrement, to you. The Sultan, upon hearing the news, chuckled slightly, not with carnality's abandon, but with a rare surprise of being freed from trouble. After this, all governmental documents are handed over to you for review. With no one left to oppose you, he arranges it meaningfully. It takes a lot of hard work to be able to use that gold bloodshed card on the Sultan himself, so... a little embarrassing for him because he does care about status. Yeah, because he's a skeeving noble, but, you know. I didn't have any infamy, and now I have to get rid of it again. Ay, ay, ay. You come to the depths of Dark Alley with its towering walls and iron gates, sturdy enough to withstand armed soldiers, but it still stinks like a garbage dump. Aleem clenches his fists. It's them. They've been eyeing my boys. You ask who they are. The beggars of Dark Alley. They all listen to an old man called Whitebelly, who always tries to turn my kids into beggars. This time they're even stealing. You remember the child beggars in Dark Alley, often physically disabled, using their deformed bodies to forcibly evoke passerby's sympathy. And you think of lively, healthy Hamir. You need to act quickly. We needed 9 successes. I only had 7 die. You wasted too much time. The gate is reinforced specifically to withstand group attacks. By the time you find tools to break through, nothing remains but the stench of garbage. All the beggars and that child trafficking kingpin Whitebelly have vanished. Aleem races frantically into the night. After that night, you never hear from him again. Frick, guys, we let down Hamir. But in the bathhouse, I got some inside information. The Sultan is still not at court. It all makes the good money. And we establish contact with the prosperous city and get more money. I love this. I don't have a carnality card to deal with this asshole. I am still gonna pick the Just Women route. This prisoner is yours. She is unruly in the cell, biting. Had you not come, the guards might have killed this madwoman within days. Now everyone knows what kind of game you are playing, and that those who fall into your hands seldom meet a gentle fate. Ignoring the whispers behind your back, yada yada yada. Clearly the leader of the vagrants does not share your view. She snarls that you tricked her into capture, and now that neither she nor the vagrants you toyed with will ever turn around and play your twisted game. I suppose I could go look her up. Where is it? Okay, so it doesn't matter what option we pick here, it's just weird things happen. I'm doing this for your sake. I don't know if I'll live much longer, but I'm doing this for your sake. You told her that if you hadn't dispersed those vagrants, they might well have been slaughtered by other armies, and she would have died in a ditch. After a bout of haggling, she agrees to help you, as long as you would help the vagrants in return. Thinking alone won't give you the answer. You should listen to the voices of more people. Followers are willing to share their views with you, but as for others, it will require some extra effort. We talk to the nobles. At a banquet, you talk about it with your colleagues, eliciting a burst of laughter from them. Charity is the nobles' way to flaunt their jewels, and the glimmer from those jewels can temporarily fill up the poor stomachs. But do the nobles truly wish to feed the poor? If they did, the next time they want to show off how generous they are, wouldn't there be fewer poor clamoring for that bowl of porridge? That's what they think. This perspective ripples in your mind. Alright, I sent somebody to the bookstore. Can we influence Samir, I think it is? Yeah, more support on Samir. And an opportunity. Take him to the bookshop. Every riddle has its answer, you tell him. History and books hold them all. The bookstore owner is always welcoming of new customers like him. They enjoy a lively chat, and old customers passing by give the young men recommendations from their own reading. What a pleasant afternoon, and then I probably will lose Zeki immediately. Okay. Please? Okay. After calming down, Anal finally explains the wolf she encountered. While selecting meat and poultry in the market, a man suddenly approached from behind, praising her beauty, saying he'd noticed her for a long time, trying to grab her hand, hug her waist, even drag her into an alley. Anal shook her head repeatedly, struggling desperately. She smashed the basket she was holding into his face, screamed for help, and fortunately a strong butcher nearby recognized her as a regular, acting in time to stop the man. Anal was terrified, thanking the butcher before running home as fast as she could, with the man audaciously following her, shouting that they would meet again, that she couldn't escape. You don't know the man's background or when he might appear again, but that it seems rather troubling. We are gonna guard Anal at all times. I believe that is the way that needs to go, but I could double check. Null is dear to us. I have done this route before with her. Interesting. I'm gonna hire an investigator. I feel like that route goes a little better. Decide to find someone to investigate the scoundrel's whereabouts, looking for an opportunity to teach him a lesson he'll never forget. Oof. Mika Nix, hello, welcome in. I'm gonna go with this route. I wanna deal with the noble directly. Through some circuitous means, which is just circular, Nawful secretly meets you in a secluded place. He tells you he has discovered the identity of the traitor from the banquet, the young noble who had been working for the vizier, his longtime rival. Nawful has already expelled him from their ranks. Our youth shouldn't be like this, he sighs. They should be discerning, ambitious, carrying a flame that never dims. Lost in thought, Nawful's expression grows somber. The path forward remains unclear, a question that will take time to answer. I'm running out of time, dude. God, there's too much going on. This is just a lesser great thief? No, I don't want you. You I will ignore. Okay. This I do need to do. I will put Habib in here. I have to show up to the Sultan's game. My wife is out for another couple of days. What do you want? Sophia is thriving in the House of Delights like a fish in water. It is said that she often tells her patrons how she was saved by you and Nabani, and how she feels her lowly origins makes her unworthy of people like you. At the height of emotion, she will inevitably shed silent tears of self-pity. Of course, she tells the story to make the patrons spend more gold on her. A poor yet beautiful girl, but regardless, the good name of the kind deeds you and Nabani do spread from this. Ridiculous. I don't have time for whatever is going on with Zeki. I don't have anything to put in any of these. I have to be here as well. Oh, I'm stuck a couple of days in here, so I only have my twin available to me at the moment. I see, I see. This can go here. This can also go here. Nabani, go take care of this fool. Thank you. This palace is still being built. I don't think I have a carnality card, but this will not go anywhere, so... Oh, I do have a carnality card. I just don't have it out. So I have this bloodshed, I have this conquest, I have this conquest left in the deck, and I have this carnality. And if I could be sure that I would draw just the carnality, would be okay. Annoying. This has 4 days. This I have to do. Can I get... Shoot. That does give charisma. So does, like, Becky. So if I give this to you for the charisma bump, you're wearing the lucky amulet. I could replace that with Lady Becky for charisma sociability bump. Here. is definitely a book for my daughter. Alright. This is as good as I can get this. Is not... The only card I want to put here is Carnality, and I don't have it. And there's only 2 more cards in the deck. Hold on. I could just pull them. Never mind. It's fine. I got exactly what I wanted. Okay. And we're not doing extravagance, so... Do I add in a sleeping draught? I don't know. I don't know. Jeez Louise. I already used gold carnality. But this should do fine. Yeah, Conquest is the only very bad one here. Okay. We'll see how this goes. Public Brawl, I do have to go myself. Okay, Prosperous City. There we go. Come on, is the bookstore? Oh, right. I could... do this. This is kind of how I usually do it. Okay, successful recruitment, because I'm gonna do a crazy thing. More research. Finally got to it. Huh? You're helping. This is where we use our Aether. And we could put more money into it, but we're not going to. You guys will just be off in the weeds for a while. Probably won't even really. I don't have any carnality left, so this guy just is gonna be in the purgatory of will they, won't they for a while. I think I might have to read a book. Alright. Nope, not that. Boundless Sands Adventure. Forest of Jinn. Or Mountain Depths. I'm gonna do... What is this? Sociability. This one is Wisdom. Zephyr, read a book. Thank you. And then I've got two people who are just hanging out. I suppose we can afford another book. And I have one more person who has literally no stats for this. Not that one. I think it's secret. Yeah. There you go. Alright. I have done all the things. Have I done them well? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Oh my god. Here we go. Did I have this ticking over? No, but I do now. My love, come back. I will pay attention to you, I promise. Hi, BB. Thank you for the lurk. Enjoy Fortnite. Alright, bathhouse goes first. We learned something. Bronze tactics. Very nice. And the Great Thief is gone, because he was technically a retainer. Sultan is like the sun, and he is still not seen. People are still willing to come to the house. We're making the money. Heck yeah, we're making the money. And we're trading with the prosperous city. Oh, right. A bored noble in the city sent his 2 slaves into the desert, betting on which slave would live longer. Would it be the strong man who had lost an arm or the weak woman? If we bet on the male slave winning, we gain 1 infamy. We gain 1 infamy and we subtract 1 renown. We hold the slave girl victory. We gain 1 infamy. We subtract notoriety and we gain 2 gold. If we stop the inhumane behavior, we gain 2 renown, but we lose an influence. And if we force the nobles to join the game, we gain 1 notoriety and lose 1 influence. Well, guess what? The nobles can join. Such an interesting game. Why not add another player? You forced the noble to join the desert adventure game and even generously allowed him to bring some supplies. However, even so, he was still the first to die in the game. Great. To save their own lives, no noble dared to play such a cruel game again. They only whispered ill of you in court. That's fine. My people love me. What do the poor really need? This perspective offers nothing new. You find no valuable reference in it. Okay. After rigorous training, the young noble has fully committed himself to you. Now you have the chance to shape his mind with your ideals. You had a simple chat. It was a pleasant chat, that's all. We sent someone to the bookstore and they brought back a book. Who dared to harass your slave girl? You're determined to root him out and make him pay for this. You leverage some connections and finally learn about this person. His family's standing at court is far beneath yours, and he has a roguish look, but considers himself as charming as Nabani. What a joke. Since he dared make a move on your slave, you, the chosen one of the Sultan's game, will not let it go. What happens to him next is up to you. Alright. Zephyr learned a bit of sociability. You've discovered the secret adventuring... You have discovered the secret of adventuring to the Forest of the Jinn. Hello, Aramina. We'll just promise you, it's fine. Thank you. And unfortunately, the book hunt has begun, which means the bookstore is gone. In the dark alley, the Sultan's law is just one way to solve problems. Many other methods often require the parties themselves to figure out. Now a noble finds you, begging for help with a troublesome matter. He's upset a self-proclaimed roaming swordsman mercenary in the dark alley by breaking rules. I hired him to resolve a problem. I thought he'd intimidate her, drive her from the capital. I never imagined he'd kill the woman and throw her head at my doorstep. Now everyone knows my mistress is dead and I'm the murderer. He gives you money, asking you to teach a lesson to this rule-breaking mercenary. He's arranged to meet this man in the dark alley. They say he's the most formidable mercenary in the dark alley. I wanted someone capable to handle things. Sure you can manage him. You're a powerful courtier in the Sultan's court. Oh my god, this guy. Did the dumb thing and still... stupid. Your deed gained the righteous path's favor. Pray, miracles will occur. Fire of purification has appeared. Oh my god. Too much is happening. So much is happening. Oh my god. This day you enter the guest house and catch Habib squatting by a slop bucket, busy with something. He is startled by your presence, hurriedly standing up, vigorously wiping his hands on his aprons, nervously beginning to explain. It's just, Master, because the guest house has improved, we process more ingredients every day and there are more trimmings. I just feel it's a shame to throw it all away. He rubs the corner of his clothes, looking at you nervously. Well, how would you like to make use of this? These scraps surpass the mud-mixed porridge consumed by slum dwellers. You nod, asking his plans. Habib appears delighted with your permission to use these materials to supplement meals. People work better on full stomachs. Yeah. Yep, they sure do. Oh. I can destroy a Sultan card, and I have one chance at it. That's great. Foreign charisma, foreign wisdom, a foreign combat, and a foreign survival. He won't because I need to do this. But I am stuck in the Sultan's game. Hi. But I have to go myself. Frick. Hold on. Okay, I come out of ancient language lessons tomorrow. I need to send people on this. You don't have a 4 in combat? You don't. Oh, because I took your sword. Fuck. Oops, not what I wanted to click on. Right. Zeki has these. Go learn how not to suck. Oh, she doesn't have the 2 wisdom required for this book. This is ridiculous. Neither do you. You do. Here, have a book. Read a book. Whoever goes gets physique. Okay. Do that, see if it works out. I think this is the last turn Prosperous City will be in use. Oops. No. So then it's just you? Yeah, you don't have any survival. I have only 2s here, yeah. I just need one of me in there. But I've got 3 turns. This resolves in 2. This resolves next turn. But next turn I need Public Brawl. There's a lot of things I need to do, and it sucks that I'm stuck in things. Something's gonna give. Alright, here we are. Well, you're trying to threaten him with a card, and only you are allowed to use those cards. Indeed. Anyone who's ever killed a man knows that it's easy to kill a man and hard to dump his body. Alas, for you, that is no problem at all. This time, it took it in as well. Crocodiles always seem to have all sorts of things in their mouths, but honestly, who's curious enough to wrench its mouth open and take a look? Unless they find themselves inside. Aziz finishes this boxes. A servant tells you that your wife Maggie has gone to visit a friend and will be back in a few days. Maggie is back. She nods at you as usual, but before she walks past, you grab her and ask why she didn't tell you in advance. She calmly replies that even if she had told you, you wouldn't have gone with her to visit your friends, right? She's right. You were completely caught up in those cards. They gave you a lot of courage, power to do things you never dared or could do before. But for everything they gave you, they took away more. In this game of cards, you are neither the dealer nor the player anymore. You can't leave the game and say you've had enough, and now we'll spend time with your beloved Maggie. There was a time when Maggie always smiled at you. That was a very, very long time ago. Your trivial use of the extravagance card on Fardak has bored the Sultan. He decides to punish your lack of tact and orders you to build a luxurious and extravagant palace for Fardak. You deliver the Sultan's demanded tribute on time. The sum is vast, far beyond what the Sultan card should command. But if it will soothe the monarch's wrath, who would dare say it's not worth the price? Fardak, unlucky son of an unlucky governor, offers you a bitter smile. It tells you that the cost of building the palace was, by chance, nearly the same as his province's taxes, and now that wealth has been squandered on the most useless thing in the world, a golden cage trapping him in the capital. He shakes his head. He does not fight it, he accepts his fate. With our generous and kind help, we will attempt to help build the underground channels, which probably will not happen. Yeah, literally. He is very poor indeed. You are ready to hire a noble with considerable expertise in ancient languages to be Lumera's tutor. Seeing that the student is just a slave girl, the noble felt rather repulsed, but begrudgingly agreed due to your power. He soon discovers that this lowly slave girl possesses an unusually sharp mind and quick insights. Holding some concealed jealousy and indignation, he makes Lumera's lessons increasingly difficult and profound day by day. Every evening, Lumera comes to report her learning progress to you, forcing you to recall the ancient language phrases you learned as a child. How much can you remember? I remember everything. How can you lose? You expertly converse with Lumera in the ancient language, recalling all the long-forgotten knowledge instantly, as if by instinct. Lumera looks at you with admiration, her eyes sparkling like stars. We both gain a point of wisdom. We agree. Obviously, we agree. Anything for our dearest, beloved daughter. The Sultan is still not at court. But people are willing to come to the house, and we make it the good money. And we make it the good money again. And we make it even more money. What do the poor really need? You pose the question to Nabani, wanting to hear his perspective. He shrugs and casually says that the way to help the poor is to lead them to rob, invade, and deceive. After all, the wealthy and noble have accumulated their wealth through such means. What's wrong with taking it back? This perspective ripples in your mind. Habib has made an incredibly delicious, marvelous mush from kitchen scraps. From leftover ingredients. It's now more popular than the main courses. Would you like to send someone to taste it? Watch what you eat. In the courtyard filled with the aroma of food, Adila and Zephyr had just picked up their bowls when a commotion broke out from the crowd. Someone was holding up something by its tail, shouting, "What is this in the soup? A rat? This unscrupulous chef. It's horrible, it's horrible." This is obviously a false accusation. You need to point out the suspicious parts. Well, don't you worry, guys. I'm gonna do it. Or not. I needed 5 successes. Fuck. Skeptical response. Adila and Zephyr exchanged glances before stepping forward to defend your reputation. Such a thing must not happen in your guest house. However, everyone is stirring their soup, whispering about what might be in it. Your inn's reputation hangs in the balance, and the man who found the rat wears a smug, satisfied expression. He's definitely suspicious. There's no time to waste. Adila drags the man into an empty room next door, slamming the door shut to block out the whispers of "Are they silencing him?" from outside. Ay, ay, ay. Zeki is better. Okay. Undertow is happening. We are just gonna let it happen. Not doing a damn thing about it. Okay. Maggie is back. I need to be in too many places at once. This is just money. Money I can do. It's gonna be sad, but money I can do. Habib is locked up in this. I want to send her, though, but I don't think she has anything high enough. She does not. She needs a sword. Oh, hold on. There we go. That will help. Lost all of those people for, like, a few days. Can send allies to negotiate, use Sultan card. An extravagance card needs to be used with the corresponding gold. Coins carnality demands personal involvement. But I could conquest the disgruntled noble? Or is this the only other place you can use gold conquest? Okay, so if we use... Oh, that place is infamy, though. I could use Bloodshed on this guy and get rid of that card. But it does give me a point of infamy, which I'm already at 2. I haven't been able to pull it down, which is annoying. Yeah, we don't have the place anymore, so... That just ticks over. That I have... Ah, I can use... I can use Bloodshed on him instead. Never mind. Okay. That will solve that. We have 2 dates on the board at the same time. Ridiculous. I get both twins back next turn. Okay. As good as it's gonna get. Now the noble and merciful ruler requests you join the Sultan's game. You enter this place of desire. You part the beaded curtain of the House of Delights. Through the shimmering light, you spot the Sultan, lounging in the deepest shadows, his eyes half-lidded in contentment, resembling a languid beast at rest. Shaman kneels naked at his feet, her beautiful and smooth back holding a golden tray and wine upon the table. Jalila lay on the carpet, holding a scroll in her hands, moaning as she mockingly recited persuasive words written on it. Under the veil, Amur is bound on the rack, elegant whip marks on his chest. Slave girls teased his body with feathers while he keeps his brow tight, shouts, eyes enduring, as the master did not allow him to release. And Fatuna kneels by the banquet table, the only neatly dressed lady, but you can see under the loose robe she is desperately enduring something, perhaps pain or desire. Of course, there are Zaid and Amain. You see them indulging in fervent revelry before the altar, compelled by the Sultan's orders to perform such acts. And did the tyrant's allure liberate their true nature? When you kneel before the Sultan, a damp smell from the floor rises up, and something scorching hovers above your head, making you not dare to look up. You present a carnality card. You come to partake of this feast of desire. As silks slip from your body, you lose yourself in the woman's soft caresses, the wine-sweet taste of their lips, and the raw passion in men's touch. Your mind drowns in pure pleasure, your soul dissolving into a sicky puddle, drying and wetting over and over again. Naughty, naughty. 'Twas an orgy. Time stands frozen as if the sun and moon have abandoned their eternal course, waiting for the master of the world to grow bored. With a yawn, the Sultan carelessly kicks aside the perfumed beauties curled against him. He strides across the scattered chaos of the floor, leaving with languid grace. Only then does the wind stir in this chamber, thick with desire. Only then do you slowly recall your own name, at last aware that you're still breathing. You drove out those criminals, but your ambiguous attitude awakens some people's ambitions. Now we're gonna get attacked every day. Yeah, we've sold all the lunchboxes. Yay. Noticing the mistress's recent melancholy, Habib inquired discreetly about Maggie's food preferences. Perhaps if you took his skills to prepare her favorite treats, she might forget your recent disagreements. Peacock's display. With ill-conceived pride, you described Maggie's culinary preferences in elaborate detail. Naturally, no one understood her taste better than you. Unfortunately, Habib absorbed every word with earnest attention, betraying no reaction to your boasting. Requesting brief patience, he donned his apron and soon presented an exquisite dish. He even advised you which lunchbox would best maintain proper temperature during delivery. Momentarily speechless, you finally snatched the meal away in irritation. After dining, Maggie's mood brightened considerably, and the recent tensions between you dissolved effortlessly. You would never admit the dish's true creator. So bad. All Habib wanted to do was help, and we're jealous. You spot the swordsman in the tavern. He spends generously, embracing several prostitutes while buying drinks for everyone with all the nobleman's coin. This man truly stands apart. You simply hire the swordsman, making his contractual disputes your responsibility as his employer. The nobleman who sought your help looks displeased, but knows better than to offend you. People are still willing to come under your roof and share words, promises, and opportunities. So let us make the good money. Yay, we made the good money. Thinking alone won't give you the answer, but what do the poor really need? He pauses and tells you that to help the poor, the best solution is to elevate their status. The poor are impoverished because what they deserve is taken by the rich. If the gap between statuses is closed, the poor will naturally reclaim what is theirs. Perhaps so. This perspective ripples in your mind. troublemaker is stubborn. First he insists he didn't fake anything, then his eyes shift as he says, if you give him 10 gold coins, he'll tell you who's plotting against you. Otherwise, he won't talk. After receiving the gold, he readily reveals everything he knows. It turns out the person who sent him to cause trouble at your guest house was a nobleman. From his description, you can identify who it is. Now it is time to settle the score. We bet on Luna, of course. Luna bursts from the starting line like lightning. She accelerates and maintains her advantage throughout, leaving the others far behind. And she finishes with a flourish. Miss Aramina popped up again, brightly sitting in your sitting room with dazzling jewelry all over. Truly hard to ignore. I have a few questions to ask some male other than my father. Among such males, those with some status, I only know you. She said, looking at you. Clearly no one dared to correct this arrogant lady's etiquette problem. Are you willing to answer? I would if you'd change your tone. Your words made her face flesh red. Apparently no one had ever pointed out her rude tone before. My tone? What's wrong with it? My tone? That's just how I speak. It's perfectly fine. You didn't reply. After a while, tugging at the pure gold bells on her clothes, she reluctantly whispered, Other than maybe I should use you instead? Though not much of an improvement, it's progress of sorts. Go ahead. Alright, her question was simple. What kind of man is worth marrying? Among her list of potential grooms, you, to her horror, saw the Sultan was included. All the other eligible young men in the capital were listed as well. Her reasonably thought out each one had a chance based solely on her preferences. As you ponder how indulged she must have been by her father, you cautiously offer your perspective. Bravery, wisdom, power, or money. Chat. Bravery, wisdom, power, or money. What kind of man should Aramina go for? Please feel free to weigh in. Bravery is the most important trait. The kind man who is brave enough to charge the enemy before everyone else, because that way you get to be a grieving widow and farm sympathy in new suitors. You have a good point there, Trav. We'll go with bravery, sure. Strong men. I love them. Really love them, she exclaims loudly, voicing her agreement. I especially love those beautiful and powerful legs. Men need them to run fast so they won't be caught and killed during a duel. You want to correct her understanding of the word duel, but it's pointless. She won't listen now. So where to find brave men? On the training ground? No, those are full of spoiled rich boys. Or should I go to the battlefield? She tilts her head, her childlike mind for once filled with thoughts beyond fine fabrics and precious jewels. After a moment, she gives her head a vigorous shake. Never mind. Here's your consulting fee. Ay, ay, ay. And we get another faux gold coin. You and Ferris have become good friends, meeting in the dogfighting pit's small room. Luna enjoys grooming and massage from two servants, its slender head affectionately resting on Ferris's lap, eyes narrowed in pleasure. Perhaps noticing your envious glances, he laughs heartily and gives you a small dog whistle, teaching you some techniques for befriending dogs. If you're interested, get one for yourself. Once you have a puppy, you'll see how wonderful they are. Oh, baby! He massages Luna's cheeks, kissing it several times. You're not sure you want to become this disgusting. The dogfighting pit will host a higher grade race, open only to the most generous, most imposing patrons. This competition has higher stakes, and why not try using the Noble Sultan card and gambling's, well, the extravagance card. Hearing about the upcoming elite race with stronger dog competitors, Ferris confidently slaps her shoulder with one hand while holding Luna in the other. Hey, my Luna will definitely win. You'd be unwise not to bet on Luna this time. Sultan is still not here. Okay, I have you back. You... Right. Okay. Get frickin' organized here. You're pretty good at a lot of things. I don't have any more extravagance cards to spend here. It's going to be very sad. Okay. We have that. I have my twin to do this. This is for my daughter, but she's busy elsewhere. Actually... We have the old judge.
Huh?
He might be useful. My wife has to show up to the tea party. That can be done. We could use the conquest card there. No, he's not high enough. Never mind. Yeah, you're fine. Or no. That should be fine. I don't have any armies. I don't have a gold tier conviction because I can't figure out how to get more conviction, which is really annoying. And I don't have armies, so we're just gonna die. We're just gonna die. Need survival for this. Those guys are just lost to that for a good long time. It's as good as it gets, I guess. You still remember your promise with Jabal. You should find him in the underground fighting arena, despite the suffocating smoke and raw violence, and the crude clamor that fills the place. You showed up as promised. When you push through the crowd, he is on the stage, beating his opponent into a bloody pulp and tossing him to the ground like a rag. Spotting you instantly, he suddenly shouts in your direction. Hey, you, over there, want to fight me? If you win, I'll double the prize and give it all to you. Ha, this guy must be itching to fight you for a while. I need 3 successes and I only have 2 dice. I can't actually win. Great. Can I at least get 2 successes? That's as good as I can get. You lost. He slams you to the ground and vents his frustration by landing several punches squarely on your face. Only when the referee pulls him off does he finally let you go, satisfied. Looks like I'm still the better fighter, he boasts, twisting his wrist with a smug grin. Holding your nose, you nod a defeat and slink back home. Your servants barely recognize you. Just when you think Jabal has completely humiliated you, he appears unexpectedly under your roof, giving you a nod and says, "Alright, tell me what you need me to do." Seems, after all, he has become your ally, but we have been wounded. That's fine. You knock on the presumptuous noble's door with the Sultan card, demanding to know if he really wants to harass your follower, even a slave girl. You slap the Sultan's card across his face, asking if he'd like to taste it. Briefly grimacing, he clenched his fists, but then bowed to you. "Please, forgive me," he apologized submissively, though deep down, still unwilling. "But you can't blame me. It was your slave girl who seduced me. She's so beautiful. She looked at me among so many people, if not showing her willingly." Under your cold gaze, he swallowed the rest of his words. Matters seem to conclude in this way. However, the Sultan finds out about it. The Sultan curiously inquires what Sultan card you brandished, then commanded you to execute it. He wants you to know he permits you to play this game, grants you these powers, but ultimately he is the true master and you're merely his entertainment. Helplessly, you drew your sword. He wouldn't sit still waiting for death either. I got the required successes. He fell under your blade, ending his vile, pitiful life like a rat. Amidst the Sultan's laughter, you admitted you felt a little pity for him, a man undeserving of sympathy. You settled the matter with Inal honorably, and on returning, Maggie embraces you. She's never found you more dependable. You can never hurt another girl again. And we got a sense of happiness out of it. That's why I went for it. To make my wife happy. Because she's the most important thing ever. Alright. News of your excellent cook spread rapidly. Reaching even noble circles, they repeatedly hinted their desire for an arranged tasting session. Habib's culinary mastery required no introduction. He transformed even leftover dishes so skillfully that none could detect their secondary nature. The satisfied noble departed with appreciative belches, while everyone privately mocked his pretensions to gastronomic sophistication. When you later inquired about this with amused disbelief, Habib responded with appropriate deference that he disliked the visitor's presumptuous attitude towards you. The Sultan is still not seen in court. But people still come to the house, and we make it the money. What do the poor really need? Your question elicits a burst of laughter from him. He suggests that instead of helping these useless poor people, one should utilize them, exploit them, treat them as fodder to liberate them from their unfortunate lives is the real help. Is that so? The perspective ripples in your mind. He is so corrupt. Mr. Scrake, welcome in. Thank you for the lurk. I hope you are well. You now know who sent someone to throw a rat into Habib's marvelous mush to frame you. How will you handle this? You merely tap his shoulder after the court session ends, and he immediately kneels. Sobbing, he claims that it was his own foolish jealousy of your rising influence in the dark alley that now surpasses even Abdul's former standing. Really? That's surprising, given his apparent loyalty to the former vizier. Ever since you got involved, Maggie has begun hosting tea parties. And she does it because she's wonderful, and she gives us a gold die because she's the most amazing, wonderful woman in the world. Well, it's official. Runaway and Duelist are now in DD1. Yep, they sure are. That is a DLC that came out recently, or will come out. I'm not entirely certain. I've known that it was going to happen, but for some reason I thought Duelist was in Darkest Dungeon 1 already, but I think I'm full of shit there. Yeah, because it was the Abomination and the Snake Lady. Frick, what is her class name? That came out in the DLCs. The Duelist was a DD2 exclusive until now. That's right. I was misremembering. Which is, entirely me, honestly. Two to 3 hours ago? Awesome. Good to know. But yeah, I knew Runaway was DD2 only. But yeah, they've retroactively put them in the original, which is interesting. So I hope they play very similarly. Darkest Dungeon 1 works, well, combat-wise, it's not that much different, but, like, the way the game works is way more different. Yeah, Shieldbreaker, that's what it is. I love the Shieldbreaker class. She was so fun. I don't think she's ever been put in Darkest Dungeon 2 outside of, like, modders putting her in, though. Anyway, higher stakes gambling, open only to the most generous imposing patrons. Each hound owner has made extensive preparations to secure victory. Crescents fall. The cage opens and the racing hounds burst forth, chasing the fleeing rabbit. But Luna, It charges forward with lightning speed as usual, and then suddenly drops its head. Its momentum prevents it from stopping properly, causing it to roll forward and slam its neck against the track barrier. It stops completely, tongue lolling, pink foam spraying from its mouth. The spectators gasp as something flashes past you. Ferris, already rushing onto the track. In the disorienting commotion, you help Ferris carry Luna back to his room. The boarhound is already dead. Tears well in its beautiful eyes, and despite Ferris's efforts, its eyes won't close. Its neck is broken. Racing hound bodies built for ultimate speed have no protective fat, making one fall potentially fatal, as happened now. Ferris cradles Luna's body, burying his face in its beautiful fur. Please, leave. I'm sorry you lost so much money. I'll find a way, but please go. Today I don't want to say anything. You have no choice but to leave the hound fighting pit alone. You found the courtier who framed you. Ashen-faced, he musters what little spirit he had left to promise that if you're willing to let this matter go, he'll do anything. Oh boy. Oh, Mr. Scrake, I am quite well aware that the Flagellant is your most favoritist boy. I like him too. Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. I'm a big fan of the Flagellant. I thought that the Shield Breaker's mechanic was fun. But I also think that the Duelist mechanic is fun, and they had... It's not the same mechanic, but they had a very similar, like, move between the ranks mechanic anyway, so... I like the movement mechanics in the game, so the Highwayman is probably my favorite, and he's also, like, the fan favorite, like, the general fandom favorite as well. So yeah. Anyway, chat, do I want him to apologize to me publicly? Do I need his support, or do I want him to pay me compensation for the bullshit he has pulled off? I could look it up, but... Is this technically under random events? I don't think so. No. This is not what I wanted. This is part of the... Habib storyline, I think. There he is, Habib. Troublemaking rat, here it is. Okay. Here we go. I found the thing. Okay, so... Yeah, Dev's bias in DD1 was fucking crazy. Looks at Crimson Court trinkets. Yeah. Yeah. But honestly, I think that the Highwaymen had one of the more compelling histories or lore in Darkest Dungeon 1, which did carry over to Darkest Dungeon 2. Although they made the mechanics of him way more balanced versus the other characters. But yeah, they kind of all... But he was the most developed character of both games, really. Let's see here. So if I have him apologize to me publicly, he apologizes, we get 2 notoriety, and then he was killed a couple days later. If we require his support, we get a point of influence. He loses opposition and gains 2 support for us in the court, which doesn't really matter right now. And if we have him compensate us, he pays us 12 gold coins. I would rather him just stop being a problem, so you can apologize, dude. You demanded this noble apologize publicly at your guest house. More painful than death, he had no choice but to comply. Dark Alley teemed with people, commoners and slaves, who never witnessed a noble lord apologizing, wide-eyed to miss nothing. The courtier stood ashen-faced before your guest house, pretending the crowd didn't exist. I apologize to you for the rat incident. He bowed quickly before darting back to his sedan chair. His bearers ran with unprecedented speed. The crowd roared with laughter at his comedic scene, discussing the story enthusiastically for weeks afterwards. Lately, you notice Shama seems a bit melancholic. Your relationship encourages her to confide in you about her experiences. It turns out she's the illegitimate daughter of a noble. Again, we can kill her father, which is something for our conquest card to do. We can take her as a concubine, which upsets our wife, but we can handle our wife. Or we can talk about something else, which ends this quest line. I know we've gotten the dramatic music because I'm 2 days away from this conquest card failing out from time, but I can extend the time on the conquest card, so I'm not super worried about it. I also have gold conquest still to deal with, and I think her father requires gold conquest anyway. So, what do we want to do about... Shama. Let's see here. Ooh, we get an intent to rebel there. Okay. It is a contested check. You need 3 successes, and it's a combat physique problem. Required character to lead an army, a troop, a gold conquest card. You get troops in this game. That is the biggest problem. I need Fardak to be my friend. Okay. Problematically, we can. Problematically, we can. You know what? I'm just gonna kill your father. It's fine. After listening to your words, Shama just giggles softly, completely not taking it to heart. She has long known and has become accustomed to the fact that promises in the House of Delights are not to be trusted. Until you seriously ask about her father's name, the location of her territory, and the situation there. She widens her eyes in surprise, beginning to dissuade you. You don't need to oppose him for, well, for someone like me, but you only gently squeezed her palm. In the past, you would never consider standing against a great lord, but now you have gained the power to change fate from this twisted game, even if it's just the fate of a prostitute. Golas likes to tilt his head back and gaze at the sky. When flocks of birds pass overhead, joy brightens his expression. One of the servants tells you that Golas often shared hunting tales with them. He seems quite an accomplished hunter. Perhaps you should even host a grand hunt. Golas might bring you a pleasant surprise. Okay, and now we've got a billion things to do again. Just do not have enough money. Okay, you guys come back in a day. This I have time for. Yeah, he's kind of ridiculous. Yet another of those coins. Oh geez. Only your warlike noble allies will gladly join the chase. It falls to you to decide whose service Golas shall act as the hunting guide. Oh boy. This is going to be complicated. I need to go to the feast soon. I could pull these guys out. Obviously we will help him, but actually, choose to help him. We need somebody with more survival, though. That's much better. This is my twin. That's fine. I've asked all of these guys, though. Wait. Do we have wisdom in the guest house? We do. That's sociability. Bigger guest house. No, I should have grabbed. Frick. Hold on. You need more survival? Give me just a second. No. Silver Fighter has survival? Yeah. We'll take a retainer then. Stealth and magic. Not what I need at all. I always forget about the guest house. Oops, nope, that's not what it was. This one. We will definitely help you. Okay. I need somebody in there. I just do. I am gonna let this go for another moment. In the next turn, we will deal with the feast. Look at us a book, Nabani. The judge can hang out. Actually, he can go to the bathhouse. He doesn't have any sociability, but... No, it was Secret that gave both. That's what it was. There we go. Now everyone has something to do. Alright, what do we learn in the bathhouse? Something bronze. A bronze secret. Very nice. Legend says the Jinn are as beautiful as they are cruel, yet many claim to have won the Jinn Queen's treasures through wit and deceit. Jabal's notes speak of a wager, triumph, and the Jinn will be trapped to serve you. You wonder what the cost of failure would be. Break through the traps at the entrance. At least one to break. Okay. The entrance to the forest of the Jinn is covered with bitter briars. A single scratch and your mind is drowned in the worst pains. Aziz parts the thorns with cautious hands, clearing the way. At the path's end, the flowering branches stir, twisting like hungry serpents, but Jabal seizes them with his bare hands. He weeps long after the party's escape, but he does not share what the thorns made him remember. Nice. Defeat the incoming monster. I think we can handle the monster. The monster is oh so handled. A tiny Jinn the size of a pea stops the adventurers, demanding a wrestling match with not just one, but two of you at a time. Jabal and Adilla both surge forward, only to see the Jinn blow on his own thumb, growing into a giant 3 times taller than a person in an instant. He plays with the party's strongest warriors as if they were toys. Suddenly, Adilla seizes an opportunity and stabs the Jinn's bulging belly. The Jinn deflates like a balloon and is blown away in a spray of foul-smelling gas. The expedition seizes this chance to persuade. Play chess with the Jinn Sage. We got this. The next challenge is a game of chess. The Jinn Sage smiles, whispering that the price is sanity itself. Lumera sets forward with glee. The Jinn twists the rules at will, but she twists them back, trapping the creature in his own contradictions. In the end, the sage wearing a big hat swells, bloats, bursts like a firecracker, and the erudite smell fills the air. Negotiate with the Djinn Queen. 3 successes to avoid an accident. I have 4. Through trial and torment, you reach the Djinn Queen. There is no wager here, only their favor or lack of it, depending on their mood. Zaki is struck by inspiration and entertains the Queen with tales about the Sultan's game. The Queen rewards the party with mercy. They gift them with the Djinn Lantern, through which they can now watch the stories unfold with their own eyes. Regardless of the outcome, she enjoyed the combat. Manar found the legendary city, and it has aroused the interest of the Sultan. Shadowy machinations are at work, pushing everything into the abyss. You are powerless to stop them. You did not take advantage of the situation. You had heard that the Sultan's army had set out, but after countless hardships, when they finally found the city and infiltrated its walls, it had already been abandoned. The prosperity you once witnessed now seemed nothing more than a mirage. You suddenly recalled that Manar had spoken at length with the merchants before the expedition. A near impossible conjecture began to swirl in your mind. Perhaps, before long, it would be confirmed. The Sultan is still not seen at court. But people are still willing to come to the house, and we make money. And we make even more money. Nice little adventure, profitable in terms of stats. Yes, it was very profitable indeed. Envoys. Envoys from a neighboring country came to request permission from the Sultan to establish a trade route. They want to transport the rice and spices from the Sultan's lands to their own country. This trade deal is certainly beneficial, but the neighboring country is experiencing a famine, making price negotiations tricky. Do we demand full payment, which will give us influence, or offer them a discount, which will give us renown but subtract influence? We can negotiate earnestly for a bronze insight information. Full payment it is. You are a servant of the Sultan, and your mission is to fill the Sultan's treasury. Although the starving people of neighboring countries are pitiful, they are unfortunate not to be the subjects of the great Sultan. After hearing your statement, the envoy from the neighboring country left without a word. The Sultan is very pleased with you. Yep. Okay. This perspective offers nothing new. You find no valuable reference in it. Because I talked to Hibby before. Ferris approaches you, seemingly composed, though rage still burns in his eyes. I will avenge Luna's death. I will get to the bottom of this. He speaks with determined, calm certainty. What about you? You lost significant money in this unfair race. Will you just let it go? Accompanying Ferris are 4 slender racing hounds like Luna. Before formal discussion, he introduces each by name as if they're participants in this meeting. This is Gold Sun, this is Silver Mist, this is Thunderwind, and this fellow is Abdul. Yes, named after the Abdul, you know. After his 3rd passive-aggressive courtroom comment towards me, I decided to name a hound after him and then neuter it. He winks mischievously, then pulls out a necklace with sharp canine teeth. And my favorite, Luna, I keep with me, at least part of him. The hounds approach, sniffing you curiously. Oh, they love me. Canine approval. They wag their tails frantically, eagerly placing paws on your legs, nudging your palms with their foreheads. Who could resist petting these clever little heads? Ferris watches you all with a smile, even showing a hint of affection. Only when they nearly knock you down, licking your face, does he intervene. They adore you. I'm almost jealous. But this confirms you're trustworthy. He extends his hand, pulling you up with newfound sincerity. So we get him as a follower, he loses his opposition, and he gains support towards us. You invite Ferris and his hounds into your reception room, asking what truly caused the accident. Why did Luna suddenly... Ferris's expression turns serious. I'm certain someone used poison on the bait rabbit that entices the hounds forward. They knew Luna likes tearing into its prey. He speaks calmly, even with a slight smile. Luna lost, making many people rich. My money, and money from everyone who believed Luna would win, all went to them. The cost? My Luna, dead. He shakes his head, continuing. The hound-fighting pit people know me too well. They'd hide any evidence if they saw me, so I need your help, Arzu V. Help me discover what poison was used, who administered it, and who ordered it. I'll repay you, I swear. And then our fighter is We've done the book hunts before. They're easy enough. We got, ooh, a gold book. The Sultan requested the generals to plan a military operation, without any real strategic significance, more to satisfy his momentary desire for conquest. But the staff submitted the marching plan hesitantly, tells you that the dry season is coming and the route will be very unfavorable for military supply, not only causing many additional expenses, but also additional casualties. That's human lives. It feels great to say no to the Sultan. Well, you don't directly say no. You just skillfully delay the troop and supply assembly time, link by link, until eventually it is delayed to some other time. Helpless as the Sultan might be about this, he still cannot abide listening to those generals praise you. Lady Fatuna has heard that you are the cause of her son's changes. She comes for a visit, and she thinks you are a fine mentor. The woman places all her hopes on her son. Now with you at his side, she is at peace. The family will have a bright future. She wagers everything on you. Later, you learn the person ordered to plant rat parts in Habib's mush to discredit you died in Dark Alley. Perhaps this represents the consequences of choosing the wrong master. Oh boy. Yes, I know. People want it. Saul, the proprietor of the Angler, comes to pay you a visit. Courteous as ever, he presented a book as a gift before plunging straight into his request. There is a certain Grand Vizier of the Empire, renowned for his love of books. Noticing you start to adjust your robes, he adds somewhat tactlessly, if I can speak. It's a silly me. Oh, I do not mean you, of course. You, sir, are beyond comparison. I speak of Lord Nawful. I hear his collection is vast beyond imagining, filled with volumes so rare they can't be found in any market. To borrow a metaphor from the poetry of the Fallen Kingdom, his library is like a giant in the desert, like nectar stored in the Khan's golden pavilion. You exchanged a wordless look with him, waiting for him to continue, yet he seemed to expect you to understand his meaning without further prompting. After a long pause, the book owner furrowed his brow and sighed, forced at last to speak plainly. I take it you are a man of influence and a bookworm as well. Might you introduce me to Lord Nawful? I wish merely to behold his collection, nothing more. Nothing more, is it? What did he mean by that? Did he think it an easy request? Anyone with half a wit knew Nawful guarded his books like glass goblets, ready to shatter at the slightest touch. Never mind you, his sworn rival. There likely was not a single noble in the court who had ever set foot in his library. You were about to curse Asal when he at once purchased a fine sandalwood casket. I also brought a gift book that the Lord might fancy. Do you think he would like it? Swallowing your anger, you opened the box. Inside, a rare old volume lay swaddled in silk. You could not help glancing again at the calling gift he had given you earlier. The gap was considerable. I truly wish to visit Lord Nawful's library, and I believe you won't want to miss this rare opportunity either. Asal spoke earnestly, expectantly. After waiting a beat and seeing you had not taken the hint, he added, I mean, perhaps you could also furnish a gift of your own? After all, he is a courtier, and so were you. Surely you knew best what tickled a lord's fancy? What did you want so badly to stroll Nawful's stacks? Had you time for such leisure? And you were to curry favor with gifts for that man? On what grounds? Slamming the casket shut, fuming, you nevertheless found your mind straying to whether your own collection held aught more precious than this book. Card hidden among the many. Okay. Things are getting decidedly more complicated. The expanded guest had grown larger and more impressive. Habib approaches pleasantly. Habib approaches, pleased yet shy, rubbing his hands together. Sir, the guest house now has an excellent stove and spacious kitchen. We can prepare more complex dishes. Perhaps we could host banquets for those desiring such meals? You catch his drift. Perhaps the guest house doubles as a tavern, an eatery, drawing in paying guests. Let's do it. You nod in agreement, and Habib beams with joy. He thumps his chest, vowing to make the guest house renowned and rake in riches for you. She has not been unhappy. Okay. I have many things I must do. Unfortunately, now my wife is here, and I needed her not to be there. Does comfort food resolve if I just put myself in it? Nope. Frick. You are not one to be suspicious by nature, but on this day, looking at Aziz by your side, various doubts suddenly surfaced in your mind. Why should a slave who seeks only to stave off hunger possess a discerning tongue, as if they've tasted the world's delicacies? He even wants to grind a stone diligently to make food tastier, but such knowledge and such traditions belong to the desert tribes. Where did Aziz learn it from? Perhaps Aziz should give you an explanation. I can live without the stone boxes. Oh, intent to rebel, right. That's not what I wanted to click on. Thank you very much. This is where I can use pure thoughts. That's fine. What does this require? Habib. And I can invite people. 10 sociability, okay. No, that's already running. No, that's... Nope. Is it? No, it's not this one. Where is it? Miracle in Restoration. That's what it needs. That goes there to extend the time on it. Stop clicking on things I'm not clicking on. Jeez Louise. This is what I need. But perhaps I send my twin. My twin can go with... Adilla. Oh shoot. Zephyr is here. I can't send Zephyr to the feast. Well. Oh, I can only bring Aziz Anal or Zephyr. If I just simply don't do this, what happens? If my wife was not currently in a problematic place. You know what? I'm just not gonna go to the feast. It doesn't say what happens if I don't go. Just... really annoying is what it is. Send my twin to this one. Oh, this is wisdom? That's inside information. Alright, we'll do that one. And maybe fix me in the process. We now have Jabal here. I see. You know what? No. My wife is always the priority. Let's go talk to my wife. Let's try my daughter. Should I send her to the pain of editing? Absolutely I should have, but I suck. You have combat, stealth or survival. Stealth and sociability, magic, and charisma. And then none of these have sociability. That's wild. Not even him, which is weird. And I don't think we have people in the guest house who have sociability, which is the problem. Yeah. That is the problem. That is entirely the problem right now. I think we're dead from righteous cause, if nothing else. This is the turn. When you walk in goodness, you see the current of evil. You feel evil thoughts and strands of depravity spread out by the card in your hands, and every good deed you stick to tears apart those strands and the connections with this corrupt world. This both weakens the Sultan card itself and the great evil pervading the whole world. Unfortunately, that bloody countdown still haunts you, threatens you, tempts you to make you fall into injustice. You are so exhausted, having persisted until now. Perhaps only God can give you some guidance. Restoration lies within the miracle of purification. The Immaculate Purity has been tirelessly worked to cleanse the world corrupted by darkness. Now, he has answered your prayers, channeling your virtuous deeds to make things right, returning the countdown of this cursed card to its pristine original state, as pure as when it first emerged from the magician's deck. This restoration is sacred and supernatural. All players, you, the Sultan, even the magician herself, can feel the overwhelming power from this sacred reset. Praise the light. Praise the Lord of Purity, and may his purifying grace swiftly descend upon us. The maid has given you a lead. You begin your investigation. First, you must trace the path the tax collector's wife and child took on their journey home. Where did they go? Where did they vanish? You decide to send your people to walk the same road to conduct a field investigation. Golis unfolds the map, hoping to find clues to the lady's whereabouts. Discovery. Through a relentless investigation, Golis discovers records on the tax collector's wife and children passing through a way station. The station is very close to her parents' city. After that, they vanished. It seems she left the city safely. If the tax collector had murdered her, he would have done it earlier than that. Hearing that you intervened in the case, Quayas comes looking for you. Why are you against me? Do you want to overturn the conviction of such a heinous person? Defending his well-documented evil deeds? I totally misjudged you, you enemy of justice. Only then do you realize that he is handling this case. You tell him you just want to find out the truth, but he doesn't believe you. Stop making excuses. You just want money and fame, right? You also want to prove I'm wrong just because I don't agree with you joining the Sultan's game? Quayas is finished speaking and leaves in a fury. Thus, you part on bad terms. It's fine. Alright, we sent somebody to the bathhouse. They learn stuff. We get a silver opportunity. Sultan is still not seen. But the people are still willing to come to our house and give us money. Yay, money. Ooh, Maggie's dream. This morning, Maggie seemed very troubled. She said she had a nightmare where she was on a small boat with a dog, a rope, and a flute. The boat was drifting to sea. She felt increasingly afraid and didn't know how to use these 3 items. She seeks your comfort. How would you explain the dream? It's a lucky dream gets us a sense of happiness, which we have. It's an ominous dream gives her a mark of passion, but only if we have no wife's resentment, which we don't currently. It's a self-reflection dream, gives us insight, and you're just confused gives us insight about wife's resentment. Well, it's an ominous dream now. Yep. No, Aqueous, if we wanted to hurt you, we'd just use a bloodshed card on you. It'd be legal, and the Sultan would enjoy it. Yeah, no kidding. You look into your wife's beautiful eyes and tell her it might be an omen. The dog represents a barking troublemaker, the rope symbolizes a noose, and the flute is the gesture's favorite, pleasing the monarch. These three things combined will bring storms, destroying the small boat. Hearing your words, she clings tightly to your arm and asks what to do. You try to comfort her, telling her you will be extremely careful to prevent this dream from coming true. You both snuggle together for a long time, finding some sense of security in each other's warmth until she stops trembling. Propose the question to Lumera, wanting to hear her perspective. She pauses and tells you the best way to help the poor is to assist the mothers. A mother's poverty is transmitted to her children, and to give her children a better life, a mother will fight like a lioness and be cunning like a wolf. So it is. This perspective ripples in your mind. Her child is everything to her. Your excellent tutelage to her child has led you to offer you her friendship. You had a simple chat with Petuna. You had a pleasant chat, that's all. Asal asks you to accompany him to visit Nawful, already presenting a precious ancient tome as a calling card, and you? As one of the city's most notable dignitaries, you can hardly arrive empty-handed. You arrive at Nawful's residence with Asal. A servant greets you coldly, leads you to the parlor, and serves a few cups of bland wine. After some time, Nawful emerges, clutching a scroll. He frowns, scrutinizing you and Asal as he paces. I have little interest in meeting you outside of the court, Lord Arzu V. You're tempted to tell him you feel the same, but then you think of his legendary library and glance at Asal's wide, sparkling eyes. So you settle back into an unyielding wooden chair, and with delicate calm introduce Asal and explain your purpose. I recognize the proprietor of the Angler, of course, Nawful says, but my collection, I see no obligation or need to show it to either of you. Asal sends you frantic glances. It's time to reveal your sincerity. That won't work on me. Nawful is trying very hard to keep his composure, but really, did he think he could fool you, his old rival? Asal's book is indeed a rare treasure. Even you feel a twinge of envy. Still, the one you brought is no less remarkable. Look at Nawful's shining eyes and trembling hands. He is diving to dive into the study right now, yet still trying to keep a calm facade. Tisk. You hear him clear his throat and call for a servant. Take them to my library. They have one candle's time. When it burns out, they leave. Asal nearly jumps with excitement, while you make a great show of adjusting your robes and pretending you couldn't care less. Time to see whether Nawful's fabled endless library lives up to the stories. Today you find Maggie lounging in cushions, reading while enjoying a plate of unfamiliar preserved fruits. You've barely shown your curiosity when she laughingly offers you a handful. Would you like to try? Though these are better for women, Maggie says with a smile. Your chef made them for me. He says they're good for a woman's body. You take the preserve and examine it carefully. It appears to be a peach with its pit removed, stuffed with spices and preserved in honey. Just imagining the effort makes you wonder how Habib finds time to make these while caring for so many guests. Delicious, isn't it? Maggie leans against you. I'll ask if he has something suitable for men, so you won't have to be so envious while pretending not to be. Maggie giggles behind her hand, and you take the opportunity to lower your head. Her lips are still sweeter. Days later, as Maggie instructed, Habib brings a men's-only special jar of preserved fruits just for you. He explains it's a traditional food dessert scouts eat before journeys to improve speech and agility. Something about his emphasis seems peculiar. Interesting recipe, although it sounds really sweet. Still, in small doses and maybe with cream, yogurt, or ice cream. You harbor doubts about Aziz's origin, so you plan to call him over to make things clear. Before becoming a slave, Aziz, what kind of person were you? Slowly, word by word, Aziz tells you his origins. He was raided by the Sultan's army from the western desert region when he was only 10, too young to understand his height. His height saved him from being chosen for the palace by the Sultan's eunuchs, thus barely retaining his male dignity. I remember my father had 500 camels. My mother was the most beautiful woman near the oasis, arms full of bracelets. He still speaks slowly, but his gaze shifts, seemingly looking at the moon. When I wanted roast lamb, they let me choose from the flock. I knew which was the best meat, and I only ate the best. Sultan's army would kill all the sons of the leader, so when they came, my mother had me swap clothes with the maid's son. What happened afterwards needs no further words. He ended up in the capital, and your steward chose him from the slave market. The vicissitudes of fate are truly moving. You sigh gently, look at Aziz again, feeling that the slave has somehow changed, the pride of old having seemed returned to his body. Silently, you suddenly ask him if he ever thought about redeeming his freedom. Aziz still has no expression. Appearing numb, calm, or perhaps hiding something, slowly he answers, saying, if you permit, master, he would prefer to serve you. Oh. Zaki found you covered in blood. What is justice? My wife, please. Fix them. Stealth and survival? Jeez, neither of us are prepared for this. Okay. We'll try that one. Okay.
Oh.
Can I send anyone? It has to be me. Okay. Frick. I need stealth? Let's see here. Stealth and survival? You give survival. You give better survival. You give stealth and survival. I wish you were higher level. Alright, we'll take you. So this is as good as that's gonna get.
Ah.
Yeah, literally her. Sociability and wisdom. Stealth and survival. Stealth and sociability. Magic and charisma. And you can do more for these. I see. This is a weapon? Interesting. That's definitely for my daughter. You come back out in a minute. Hold on. And she actually has the ability to wear 2 attires, and I don't have any attire on her, which is funny. Okay. There she goes. This one takes only a day. We need charisma and sociability, which is none of these guys. I do not have a lot of good options here. They both have pet slots? Interesting. Alright, I guess that's the turn. I'm hemming and hawing. Interesting recipe. Yeah, it would absolutely be... Well, it's basically a dried fruit with extra stuff. So... Alright, the observatory rolls over. We get Rhythm of Change. After 2 projects of collaboration, Mihir considers you her best partner. She hopes to form a closer long-term relationship with you, just like before. You invest, she conducts research, and the happiness is that simple. So, we provide her with ample resources. We get ample success. She creates for us a hot air balloon. Aether requisition. Let's go, please. These things sitting unused in the church is simply wasteful, Mihir keeps insisting. We sent somebody to the bathhouse. Let's see if we get anything today. Yeah, we got something. Stone secret. The Sultan has returned to his loyal court. Yay. People are still willing to come to our house. And we make money. The good money. What do the poor really think? Talk to the commoners. You can condescend to mingle with the commoners and ask how to end their poverty once and for all. The answers are varied. Give us money, sir. I want 100 gold coins. Marry me, though I have 3 kids, but they're well behaved. Make me a noble. I want to earn money without working like you do. You can't tell them that nobles have their own troubles. Right now, your life is divided into 7 days. 7 days and another 7 days. Nawful's library is located in a cool, dry cellar directly beneath the residence. He allows you only a brief stay within its depths. So many books. The cellar has a few small windows at the top that let in shafts of light. Through them, you can just make out the titles of the surrounding books. There are roughly dozens, perhaps even hundreds of bookshelves here, each with 3 tiers, all packed with books. You drift through that ocean of knowledge. The scent of paper fills your nostrils, and your eyes gradually adjust to the dim light. Besides you, Asal moves in silence, scanning titles with feverish speed. Poetry, reason, history, logic, hymns, elegies. Nawful's library is a wonder to behold, a hoard of wisdom gathered across ages. Even without time to read, simply standing among these relics feels like witnessing a miracle. Time slips away unnoticed. A servant opens the door, lantern in hand, politely reminding you that your candle's hour has passed. He does not step inside, perhaps fearing a single spark might doom the treasury of words. You turn to leave, calling for Asal. He hurries after you, sweat beading on his brow. Wait, something feels off. As he draws near, you notice a strange bulge beneath his robe. Your eyes linger for just a moment, enough to make him fidget, wiping his face in nervous haste. Asal seems to have a book hidden on his person, a book of novels. Do we stop him, or do we pretend we saw nothing? That is a good question. So if we stop him, we get an event. We pretend we saw nothing. He steals the book, and later we get a book and another event, and a different event. If we let him get away with it, he attempts to return the book, actually. Either way, we get a book. You know what? Asal, I'm just gonna let you do it. If Nawful was displeased, then you were very pleased. You cast Asal a subtle smile and looked coolly away. The 2 of you left Nawful's vault one after another. Before you each went home, Asal, half hiding his face, murmured his thanks. Okay, Maggie fixes these 2, and soon everybody is much better. Reading can improve yourself. A fantasy novel about a meritocratic nation where the only measurement of merit is how well one plays marbles. The better one plays, the higher one climbs. Do you remember playing marbles as a child? Lumera is thoughtful. The Sultan has returned to his loyal palace. People want to have conversations. So many people want to have so many conversations. When Mahir said she can send you to heaven, you thought it was a joke. I think you can build this. Ooh. This is an attire. And this is also an attire. Kind of want them both. I can afford them both. This goes on my beautiful daughter. This also goes on my beautiful daughter, because why not? Because why not? Emaine is at court. Okay. You are here. You are there. Here's experiments and other creations require Aether, but the purest order believes all Aether in the world is sacred. I don't need to do the Aether theft yet. I'll have Mahir talk about this. I need to get healed. I'm sorry. This just needs to happen. Who's gonna go riding horse? Golis, I think. They will be fine. Okay, what do you need? Yeah, it's fine. You can do that. What do you need? Ah, she just wanted to thank us with a gift. That's fine. Alright, I have been ignoring yours. What do you need? The bathhouse. That's right. We invited him last time. this talked about? Doesn't actually show this one. It shows kind of the thing about it, but it actually doesn't show this one. Huh. Sure, I'll invite him. Which requires us to be in person, of course. The Glass Bead Game by Herman Hesse, crossed with Ian Banks' Player of Games. Interesting. Well, it's good that they're taking their books. They're being inspired by inspiration for their books. Okay. In the Aether, theft needs a different attribute. This is certainly criminal. If you are unafraid of trouble, you can try repeatedly. I'm not going to do that. I have other things I need people for. Alright. Magic and charisma. Unfortunately, that is my daughter, but she's busy. Stealth and sociability? I don't think I have stealth and sociability. We may have to wait until building the underground channels finishes, actually. Preliminary investigation needs sociability and charisma, which this resolves in a day. I can absolutely do this. Jawad should go. Oh, no. Actually, Fatuna has a better time. Okay. 3 gold coins it is. And something with sociability in it. Secret could do that. I don't necessarily need that high of a secret, though. That will be fine. There we go. Alright, they can do that. This is gonna be the complicated one. Okay. Zeki can go to court then. Happens That's just another gold extravagance card type deal. Yeah, I can't do both of them is the thing. You can't apparently mix and match the gold coins and the gold coins. Okay. This is fine. It just will end up back in my hand. We have 2 of these. This is also a conviction. Yeah, I know that I need to gather 3 of them. How do I get them? That is the problem. Spend gold coins here and get wounds removed. Yay. I am now not wounded anymore. During the nights when your wound keeps you awake, you think longingly of a certain friend renowned for his skill in medicine. At that time, you'd only just inherited your father's title and entered the Sultan's court. You were injured while accompanying the Sultan on a hunt. That night, in pain and unable to sleep, you are encamped far from home and cannot summon your own physician. In desperation, you secretly appeal to the court physician. It is a rash choice, but unexpectedly he helps you, and a friendship begins. Later, as both of you grow busier with the Sultan's demands, the contact between you dwindles. Moved by these memories, you write a letter addressed to the palace. As per your agreement with the ancient language teacher, Lumera heads to the library by carriage early in the morning to participate in the editing work. Lumera completes today's work well. You can easily see from her sparkling eyes just how much she enjoys this job, which most people find tedious. The lady must have returned to her hometown after leaving the way station. That much is certain, but why has no one seen her? You decide to take your investigation to the city. No one admits to seeing the lady. Some even flee your questions like startled prey, but you notice the flickering of glances. They are hiding something. Well, they will not hide it for very long. Excellent communication skills pay off. Finally, Maggie pries information out of an urchin. Squatting indifferently in the corner, the urchin says, I saw the lady come back, yeah, with a little one. About yay high, right? Lives up in the governor's mansion, she does. I even heard him at it that night, arguing loud. Next thing I know, the governor says no one's to breathe a word of it. See, most folk around here can't so much as lift a finger without his say-so. Everyone's depending on him for their bread, but me? I got nothing to lose. Ain't had a proper bite in days. He shrugs and asks you, you are from the big city, right? Could you boot him out, maybe? That governor's right harsh. Folk around here are barely better off than me, farming just to go hungry. Maggie buys him some buns in appreciation. It seems a new suspect has emerged in this case. Quay has heard about your progress and came once again. After understanding the doubts in detail, he frowned tightly. If there are really hidden truths in this matter, I will assist you in the investigation, but my eyes will also be fixed on you, and don't try to play any dirty tricks. It seems he is hostile towards you, but it hasn't blinded his mind. As you know, he is someone who seeks justice. Alright, we sent somebody to the bathhouse. We learned a bronze something? Bronze tactics? Oh no. This woman, unveil the truth. Infamy goes down. Yay. This is very good for me. I need less infamy. We sent somebody to court. They get us inside information. The palace intrigues weary the Sultan. but we get more inside information from Zeki. Yay. People come to the estate where we make the good money. We make double the good money. Yay. Okay, who proposed the question to Mahir, wanting to hear her perspective. She confidently tells you that the poor are poor because they lack skills and cannot teach their children, thus becoming dispensable parts. Therefore, to help them, they should be taught crafts and skills, making them irreplaceable and necessary. Then they will always have their fill. Perhaps she is right. This perspective ripples in your mind. We send a rider to the betting, to the racing, and we bet on them, and we win. Breed brought a large group of vagrants to your doorstep. From now on, you can only enter the court through the back gate in your carriage. She claims that the vagrants are merely hungry and in need of assistance. If your game can help them, prove it. Fickle fate. The vagrants claim they came to assist you. They were willing to do anything. Many of these stateless, poor people survived by taking odd jobs. This could even be considered a form of dignified begging. You noticed that many of them carried themselves with a certain poise. They were not used to begging nor wandering the streets. Their attempts to claim leftover food were triggered by shyness. You paused and a thought crossed your mind. If Sultan stripped you of everything, as he so enjoys doing, would you two gather outside a noble's mansion, hoping for work to fill your stomach? A thought stirred your hand. You reached into your purse, gathering a large handful of gold coins. Your servants converted them into clothing, shoes, and food for the vagrants. Then you retreated into your residence, unable to watch further. Okay. We gained a lot. Returning home that day, you saw Maggie carrying a box of jewelry. Look, it's from Fortuna. She waved the short note in her hand, pulled you over to read the letter together, looking very happy. The thin paper was adorned with delicate handwriting, filled with sincere gratitude. You remember seeing Zeki today and saw a rare smile on his face. It seems that the mother and son have finally, as you wished, let go of their grudges. Oh my Maggie, how did you do it? You couldn't help but pull Maggie into your arms and kiss her forehead joyfully. Maggie winked at you mysteriously. Her smile was so beautiful, making you love her all the more. Maybe this is Maggie's magic. Hell yeah, Bond of Fate. Let's go. So much crap. No, Minar. Take 5 gold, girl. Please be safe. Okay. An unforeseen guest arrives. Sociability and wisdom. My wife managed this. Hold on. What do you need? I think this is receive her privately. Or receive her with the wife. This is right. Okay, so we don't have the carnality card to get the threesome option. Safest path currently is just to go with receiver with our wife. With Maggie present, Fatuna seems a bit embarrassed. She chatted with you for a while about everyday matters and that unrelenting individual, and then shook her leave, just as like on many previous afternoons. There is a way to get them both together, but it's not going to be today. And then I can get... Okay. Nope, that's not what I want to do. Stop, stop, stop. Stop, stop, stop. Stop clicking on things I'm not clicking on. Jeez Louise. Guest house still only has these guys. I don't have quite enough notoriety to upgrade it again. My twin is here, and that resolves next turn. So Ripples in the bathhouse can wait another. Zeki is here. I will have his mother attend. That's fine. We'll do that. The poor really need.
Huh?
Nope. That one's already been. Nope. 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 Special. Okay. I just have to wait for it to tick down, I guess. Okay. I guess this one just needs to tick down this turn because I don't have any other options there. This is me. Sociability and wisdom? No, that's inside information. For this one. Okay. Stealth and sociability. I don't really have those two things together. Stealth and survival I can absolutely do. Oh wait, I was waiting on this one until the underground channels was done. That's right. Okay, we'll build this. That just required money. The book hunt need wisdom and survival. Okay. My daughter can edit. Huh. This requires sociability and wisdom. You must use a conquest card to prove that you have the right to interfere. So this is where conquest goes. Okay, sociability and wisdom. That gives more wisdom. Do I have better wisdom on somebody else? Yes. That's much better. So unfortunately, this is where the conquest card comes into play. Sociability and wisdom is inside information. So that should assist. That also means that the last card in the deck comes into play, which is Gold Conquest. I don't think I have enough built up for this, which is a problem. But I have 16 more turns to deal with it, so that's where we're at. Yeah, none of these would have helped that crew. Huh, there she is. Oh, right. Death of a tax farmer. Which requires sociability and charisma. Not you. Not you. None of these people. I've got time for those. Unless I send my wife to that and do somebody else in the bathhouse. Actually, that might be for the best. You can go to the bathhouse. You've been doing fine there. And then we have my wife handle this. She just handles it. Because she's amazing. I don't think we will handle Change of Destiny, to be fair. Oh, this is gonna suck. Alright, well, these guys can just hang out. Varys and Jabal know each other. Gullus will hang out with them just fine. Unless... we do Boundless Sands. Hold on. You have Physica 7. 5... 7? Could put sociability on somebody. Combat 8. Combat 4. Combat 8. And this gives wisdom to somebody. Maybe we do this. You may receive random rewards. Should one too oft employ these rootless folk, they may become a lingering burden. Well, we'll do it once. Oh boy. A merchant hopes you'll host a luxurious banquet to entertain a distinguished guest. If you can help him secure this rare business opportunity, all the better. Fruitful outcome. The deal is concluded and the merchant can hardly contain his smile. The noble guest is also quite satisfied with the meal, revealing some insider information and recommending your inn's food to several friends. The bookstore owner goes out to get books in the vagrant camp, and yeah, we'll be fine. Success. We found a good book. An unforeseen guest arrives. He comes in Samir's stead to call upon you. With great courtesy, he bows and presents you 2 vials of carefully prepared salve. You recognize him, the favorite whom the Sultan gave to Samir as a wife. The gesture has obvious humiliation in it, yet Samir accepted. All these years, he has taken no other man and no woman at all. As an outsider, you cannot tell how much of their bond is for show, but at least on the surface, it has always seemed harmonious. You remember glimpsing this man at tea with Samir, a quiet, docile figure with hardly any presence. Now his shoulders tremble slightly, his hands pressed to his sides, as though taut with nerves. After handing you the remedies, he turns to leave in haste. What's the matter? You stop him. Whatever makes him falter like this must concern Samir. After a few careful words, you convince him that your questions spring from concern. In this court, in this empire, concern and friendship are rare things. You should not shoulder everything for Samir alone. Kipar bites his lip, hesitating, but your words clearly move him. Or perhaps he simply has no one else to turn to. My master forbade me to tell you, he blurts, at last, dropping to his knees. He said you would worry and act rashly, but... And then he tells you everything. Lately, rumors spread through the court that certain consorts are secretly seeking abortificants. A hidden pregnancy means illicit liaisons in the harem, disgrace that could cost many heads. As the court physician attending these women, Samir naturally draws the heaviest suspicion. He has been placed under soft confinement while the royal guards investigate. It is a perilous situation, yet even now he has sent his trusted servant to tend your injuries. You sigh inwardly and tell Kipar not to lose hope. You will do what you can. But if you wish to intervene, you will likely have to go to court in person. Yes, Lumera completes today's work well. Yay. Quaeus accompanies you to the governor's mansion in the city. He takes out the search warrant prepared in advance, demanding an investigation. However, the aged governor firmly states that you have no right to search their mansion on such ridiculous grounds, while the old lady tearfully rebukes Quaeus, lamenting that she has already lost her daughter, and instead of catching the criminal, incompetent officials come bother the innocent. She is the victim's mother. Quaes, unable to handle such a scene, looks at you helplessly. You sigh. It seems that your conquest card, an irrefutable proof to your right to act as you please, granted by the Sultan himself. We conquest. It is successful. The two elders stare at the card in your hand, depicting royal power. They look at each other, then at last they sink back into their seats, hands trembling, eyes full of reluctant understanding. They cannot stop you now. You give Quaes a slight nod. Now the interrogation begins. You can uncover the truth. Your collaboration has uncovered the truth. At first, the servants cower before their master's shadow, but you soothe them, and at last, truth spills forth. With their help, you find the boy first, hidden in a cellar, pale and numb, his eyes hollowed by fear. Then, in the garden, you find the woman's body buried deep, irrefutable evidence. The elders attempt to protest, but in the end they crumble. It began as a quarrel. The daughter, fresh from her journey, refused to surrender her dowry to prop up the family's failing ventures. Heated words were exchanged, then threats. She swore she would tell her husband, the tax collector. Her father's fury flared. He pushed her. She fell. Her temple hit the corner of the table. Leave the rest to me. Quaes gathers the poor boy in his arms, holding him close for some time, and finally murmurs, "Thank you." We go to the back house, and we get some silver. Silver omen. Nice. Frequent appearances at the palace are needed. Support was good, so we got some inside information. The Sultan is wearied, and Fortuna got a secret. Nice. Sure. I shall invest. People come to the house. We make it the good money. How can we help the poor escape poverty? You seem to have a conclusion in mind, eager to share it with Nawful. We finally got a silver intuition. Your sudden visit causes Nawful to raise an eyebrow, and when you clarify your intention, he scrutinizes you as if seeing you anew. You enthusiastically share conclusions from recent reflections, saying to truly help the poor, you should help impoverished mothers, let them accept their fate, make them more useful, or help eliminate their true enemies. Okay. So, if we help impoverished mothers, it costs us 6 gold, and we get 3 renown and 3 gold. If we let them accept their fate, that is just the answer. Make them more useful. We get the Golden Tool event, where you pay 6 coins twice. Sponsor trade, education in each other's territories. We gain renown notoriety. It eventually leads to the nursery. We need the nursery. Okay. Okay. Help eliminate their true enemies. Trigger fire punishment subplot. No, I'm gonna make them more useful. I can afford this. It's better to teach... Yeah, 3 is the best, followed by 1. I agree. I agree. Better to teach someone to fish than give them a fish. To really help the poor, simply filling their stomach for a day is useless. We need to find ways to make them more useful to the Empire, to the rich, and to themselves. Nawful pondered for a while, then admitted you were right. Over a pot of tea, you both discussed and planned how much money, how many people it would require. Let's start from your territory. Give it a try, he says. I'll pay half, you'll pay half. If it works well, we'll try it in my territory too. Again, half and half. Thus it was agreed. The Sultan's tax farmer was assassinated for overly aggressive tax policies, involving local and royal conflict, possibly inciting large-scale rebellion. Be careful in handling it. Maintaining this stability is the first priority of this country. You decided to reduce taxes first, appeasing the public. It brings you much acclaim, but you know it was because the Sultan had demanded too much. Someone suggests you initiate public relief effort, and so we do. More piety. Menard decides to leave. Her laments as she bids you farewell. She cannot bear to have her talents exploited by the Sultan any longer. She will journey to find a place untouched by the Sultan's influence, never to return again. You are her only cherished companion. She smiles. Wish me luck. If I find such a paradise, I will write to you. No matter how you loathe to say goodbye, the time for parting has come. This journey will surely be difficult. Maybe you can help her one last time. You give her your final sponsorship. Menard gratefully accepts the funds you offered. She will always cherish your adventures together. Those are her most treasured memories of this land. You watch her silhouette disappear into the distance, knowing that this might be the last time you see each other in this life, but you believe that someday you will receive a letter. She will passionately recount the details of her travels, the unknown treasures of distant lands, and invite you to that distant utopia. Perhaps that letter will arrive next month, or maybe next year. One day. Mahir swore this thing can send someone up to heaven, whatever that heaven turned out to be. In the end, you decide to spend a small sum to see if it's true. That hot air balloon slowly ascends, and soon the earth became naught but specks. What a miracle. Aerial reconnaissance arrived! Yay. Asal came with a roll of manuscript. Bowing deeply at once, he presented the volume, then confessed he had stolen a book from Nawful's vault. It was the only book in his vault that I had not read. I simply could not accept watching it slip past me, and in a moment of, alas, I am deeply ashamed. I stole it. Now I have finished reading it and copied it out. You reached for the book, but Asal did not let go. The two of you hung there in an odd stalemate. Wait. You suddenly grasped his meaning. He expected you to help him return the book? Oh. So you did catch my meaning. That was exactly it. You would help, would you not? Otherwise, wouldn't you become my accomplice? After all, we entered Lord Nawful's vault together. You had an overwhelming urge to shake his head and see what it contained. All you need to do is delay Lord Nawful and his personal servants for a moment. I studied the path to pry open the vault and put the book back. I remembered exactly where it sat, and I guarantee no one would find out. And to bribe you, as it were, he laid the cursed manuscript in your hands. This one is for you. Gah, for our love of books, we do this. You step out for some fresh air from an all-night feast and see the large figure of Aziz blending into the shadows at the corner of the courtyard, motionless as if one with the stones beside him. You approach and ask what he's doing. If you allow me to answer, master, I am waiting for leftovers. As was customary, the remnants of the feast would be given to the slaves, which isn't wrong, but he continues. Today's lamb is roasted better than ever. I can smell it from here. Okay. We'll have to look this one up as well. So I could have him join the feast with me and he gets stats. I could call the servants to the feast, which gives everybody sociability, or I can just tell him to wait and gain influence. I don't know. If I'm right, you can use the new sword to turn the kids off to be thieves, and in that case, they become a troop of thieves. Stealth and combat, not too shabby, actually. Yeah, I desperately need troops, and I know that the nursery is one route to them. Do I want to give Aziz more stats, or do I want to give all my servants stats? That is the question. Though, I'm having issues with having enough people to get things done right now. More sociability for all. He was surprised, not understanding what you intended. You could only patiently explain to him that the banquet was about to end and you prepared to celebrate once more with everyone at home afterwards. Tonight there would be no masters and servants, only family and friends. You will sit together and share delicious food and exquisite wine. Aziz's eyes shone as he nearly devoutly saluted, then quickly did as you said, going to call those busy in the kitchen. And here we are with the last card in the deck. And so many things to do. Someone must go up to gain benefits. And they're up there for like 7 days. Oh my god. That seems like far too high a level. Okay, we'll do that one. Quaes is at court with support. Okay. Don't actually have to go to court if that's the case. Let's see. What does my money look like? Not enough for the broken sword? Okay. That's fine. Betting funds. Don't have to do that right now. That's that. Mysterious assistance is here. Or just that. I don't care about that. At least 4 wisdom is required. Wisdom of 5. Okay. Wait, is the judge back? Yes. He has the most amount of support. I've got to stop clicking on that. This is what I want to do. Stealth and sociability. So all of these people would get sociability. Which Null has up plenty, so maybe I don't need her to get it. Who needs it? You could absolutely use it. So could you. piety 4 right now. See what that does. Probably nothing. Huh? Why not? Not a great turn. Not the worst turn. But I need somebody with piety on them to do this. Okay. It's not the end of the world, it's just annoying. Know that a great method to deal with drought is to build underground channels to draw from aquifers, and most importantly, the most important challenging part is finding the right water source. You decide to dispatch scholars and craftsmen to verify your idea. Although it will take a long time, it would be worth it for the sake of stabilizing the people's lives. With ample experience, expertise, patience, and fortitude, you and your followers traverse the local mountains and rivers, seeking out traces of alluvial fans and digging out vertical shafts like ant burrows. They meticulously examine the depth and gradient of the subterranean channels, and through their hard work, an extremely complex system takes shape. This godforsaken parched land finally sees rain, a rain that comes from deep underground, from hundreds of meters below. People praise your wisdom, grateful for your benevolence. Your name is engraved on the stone bricks of the channels, kissed by the cool night breeze passing through the channels of that for 1,000 years to come. And they all gain physique, even Lady Becky. That's hilarious. As per your agreement, Lumera completes today's work well. Her eyes sparkle, trying to restrain something like a puppy circling you, but desperately trying not to overreact out of excitement. It seems she found some clues among the various vast scrolls, but hasn't finished deciphering them. You smile and pretend not to notice anything. I think you're the one who should apologize. Do not ever tell my daughter she's wrong. I will take the slander. It's gonna be bad for me, but I will take it. We sent somebody to the bathhouse. They get some information. Silver Mystique. People come to go to court. We have a lot of support in court right now, and so we get more information. And Mystique. Recently... Oh, this one. This one's fun. Recently, a highly explicit picture book has been circulating secretly in the city, with you and the Sultan as the protagonists. If we strike hard, we subtract notoriety and gain infamy, which I'm not going to do. If we do a subtle hint, we gain influence. If we consult the Sultan, we gain gold, and if we take a look, we gain a bronze freedom from fear, and I'm going to take that, because I need it. Is there such an album? Don't you want to get one to appreciate it? Thus, during that period, your mind is filled with the forbidden, ambiguous, and sensual images from the book. Maybe, maybe one day you can make it come true. We already kind of did, but I don't think he participated. Anyway, it's a funny thing. People come to the house, we make the good money. And we might make extra? No, perhaps next turn we'll make extra good money. Curse that Asal. Because of him, you have to pay another visit, this time with a forced smile and a lowered head before Nawful. You steel yourself and step once more into Nawful's residence. Outside, Asal is already in position to slip in unnoticed. That frigid servant leads you again to the parlor where Nawful greets you with his open disdain. He doesn't even try to hide his impatience. You must keep him talking. Anything to buy us all a few more minutes. Escalation. In a flash, you recall several unresolved court debates between you. What began as shallow distraction soon turns into a genuine quarrel. Nawful's sharp tongue cuts deep, and before you know it, tempers flare, voices rise, an expensive-looking goblet shatters on the floor. By the time you're thrown out of the residence, Nawful's lips are trembling with rage. Well, that's the power of playing away from home. You catch sight of Azal looking around the corner and only then remember why you came in the first place. Suppressing a prickling sense of guilt, you make a hasty retreat from the scene of the crime. Do you need help? This is what you deserve. You make a very strange request. And she... When you wish to inquire further details, she vanishes. Okay, so she just gives us coins. That's fine. You have Aziz summon the servants. The feast for the guests has ended. A feast for everyone under this roof is about to begin. After sending off the last guest, Maggie half-jokingly asks what you're planning. You bring her close and share your thoughts. Maggie's cheeks have been lightly flushed with a hint of drunkenness. Perhaps she drank earlier. You think she will scold you, for she has always been strict and unsmiling towards servants, but now she smiles, whispering in your ear, "Sure, I'll go to the kitchen to cook a dish to reward everyone." You realize she has long since considered the servants as family. She understands everyone's concerns, knows the best place for each person, keeping the household running smoothly and worry-free. Each servant naturally gathers around her, often looking at her with admiration. You have Aziz bring out the best wines from the cellar, toasting Maggie. Naturally, the servants toast Maggie too. Thus, the restraint and unease between you and the servants vanish completely. Aziz sits beside you. Before seating, he attentively cleans his face and hands by the pond, tidying his clothes. Judging by his demeanor, he could be a tribal chief. He calmly savors each dish before him, occasionally offering slow remarks. Many, devastated by abrupt changes and fallen from grace, find only death as a release. Many slaves forget they were once lords of their lands. What about Aziz? Unfortunately, you ask again if he thought about buying his freedom. Aziz looks at you. Before answering, you signal him to wait with a hand gesture. Come to me when you're ready with your answer. He nods slowly. You are unsure if he's taken it to heart. The moon climbs the palm tree, cloud-like branches. Under bright lights, the room seems free of any gloom. Class divisions, social barriers between companions, all vanished, smiling, singing, drinking, relishing time eternal, fear forgotten at time's end, and everyone gains sociability. Due to your reputation, they come work for us. Hard accent friendship. We have yet another of these freaking gold coins. Eat. Enjoy. Okay. Let's get freaking organized here. I have far too much of everything going on. How many of me do we have? We have everybody, so I will send my twin and Zaki. My wife has to go to her tea party. Actually, or do we want freedom from fear, actually? That's probably the better one. Batuna is in court today. Zeki is occupied, so Lady Becky can handle it. We didn't have to go to court, but we're going to. Hold on. Stealth and survival. Stealth and magic. Combat and survival. You. Oh, because he is a retainer, he cannot be that? Okay. Actually, does that mean that I can just put him on somebody? No. Weird. Oh, I need sociability and survival. So actually, raid is probably for the best anyway.
Huh?
I don't think I have any other higher survival. I do not. Okay, take that person. That will certainly help. That will do it. She'll be gone for a long time, but that's fine. Okay. Noble allies with combat no less than 3. He's not a noble, though. It's just... Only your warlike noble allies will gladly join the chase. It falls to you to decide whose service Gullish shall act as hunting guide. I don't have a lot of stealth. Surprised the roaming swordsman can't be here. Nabani is not here? Where did we send him? No, Nabani was there. Here is busy. Okay. Let's throw some of these guys on here. And then the guest house is done, so it should.
Oh.
Okay. Yeah, I cannot put anybody else in this. But we do have a bit more stealth and survival, physique, and combat. Obviously, we have to pay the fee. This is as good as it gets. I don't have everybody else that would go here, so... You don't have any fighting ability, nor do you. You're not a noble. I don't know who this is, and I think this is... Hold on. Is that... Zaki? It might be Zaki. Nah, we'll do it with what we have. Okay. And then Gullus also must join, but we have to decide who he will be the hunting guide for. I don't know what... Let's see here. Yeah, Zaki is one of them that can come. And Selaman, who I don't have. Oh, here we go. It's as good as it's gonna get for this. 2 days? Crap. I'm fucked. Oh well. I don't have any boxes because the last time it came up, I didn't send Aziz to go make them. Lumera has brought back this, of which I need both myself and her for. Stealth and sociability. Interesting. Free sociability. Holy shit. But I don't have myself for this. My daughter will go for a bath. She hasn't done it in quite some time. Sociability and charisma, combat and physique. Mahir is not available. Wouldn't matter. She's available in a couple of days. What's the book hunt? I see. He can do it. You can go up there. I don't know if it'll work, but you can go up there. I don't have troops, that is the problem. As soon as I can gain troops, I might get somewhere. The scramble for troops is what is holding me back. You invited Zeki, and he did not refuse. What will happen in the ripples of the bathhouse? Zeki might know, or he might not. But you are fully aware of what you are doing, aren't you? You will hold his hand, using his curiosity, trust, and admiration to lure him into a path of full temptation and danger. Zeki would never refuse your invitation. The bathhouse has long been cleared, leaving only the two of you. Zeki is a bit shy, but proud of the strength you've shown. He looks at you repeatedly, complimenting, admiring, and praising you. You know these words come from his heart. Sometimes I wish, he says, his eyes sparkling, you were my father. Oh, if only you were my father. You move closer to his young and strong body, place your hands on his shoulder, and softly tell him that you can do better than a real father. Zeki is not a foolish child. He understands what you mean. Rose-scented water ripples endlessly, marking a very interesting and pleasant time. Everything was done in secret. When Zeki says goodbye, there's a hint of reluctance and hope in his eyes. You smile and touch his wet curls, telling him it's time to go back, and that there will be many more opportunities. The young man's face reddens again. He tries to suppress the curves of his mouth, nodding vigorously, and then leaves without daring to look at you again. Shh, don't tell my wife. These vagrants will do anything, and you realize they are not ordinary beggars, but displaced people of various backgrounds. Some are artisans, some can sing and dance. Some can write and or manage documents, and some are even of noble origin, simply lacking their identity papers. They truly can do anything. Your crumbling walls and cracked teapot were mended. A strange smoke lent your garments an air of refined fragrance. 6 oxen and 3 horses were shod in a single breath. Tales of your virtue, told from your 3rd year onward, were spun anew and spread through the marketplace. Your storerooms, ledgers, and shelves were brought into order. In the end, all was set in perfect order, and your household ran with a newfound ease. Every time you heard rumors about yourself, their content evolved. Whether they were good or bad depended entirely on how those ever-roaming gossip mongers chose to spin them, as long as someone enjoyed listening. Your support has earned you the friendship of Fardak, who is determined to follow you. Before that, you can discuss your convictions with him. Share aspiration. You tell Fardak that we might need to rid ourselves of the Sultan. He resonates deeply with this. Due to the Sultan's whimsiness, he nearly lost his life the very first day he was presented. Fortunately, in your mercy and generosity, you helped solve the dilemmas of his territory. Now he is willing to become your follower, ready for your command, with unwavering loyalty, ruled only by death. Alright, we sent somebody to the bathhouse, and they learned some stuff. A silver secret. We sent somebody to court. They got inside information. The Sultan wearies. But Lady Becky, obviously, he is best kitten, and he does things. I can support you. That's fine. We know that one. People come to the house. We make it the money. Is the good money. Twice. Book hunt. Everyone keeps their dignity. We bought from nobles. Let us convince them that they are fine. We successfully bought new book. This book will definitely be something my daughter wants. Maggie hosts tea party. Inspiring Quayas has appeared. Okay. And the guest house is refreshed. Oh my gosh. You solved the issues in Fardak's territory, gaining significant fame in the city. One day, tax collector Zaid visits again, hoping to consult on another difficult problem. He has heard that some farmers in the south fled their land, causing large areas of farmland to be abandoned, and collected land taxes to drop to an unbearable level. How do you think this should be handled? This is related to Fardak. Or is this related to Zaid instead? Not entirely certain. Ah, yes. Fleeing farmers. This is definitely Zaid. If we enforce severe punishment, we get one event, which is the evil event, and if we promise great benefits, we get the good one. Obviously, I do not want infamy. I'm not doing an infamy run. So we're gonna go promise great benefits. Because I am not an evil person. He, of course, wants to talk to us. Fardak has been troubled lately. Though reluctant to be trapped in the capital, his father sees it as an excellent opportunity. He wants me to marry quickly, preferably a woman of noble background to secure footing here in Fardak's eyes. But well, what do you think? Should I do it? Okay. Now I actually do have to look him up. Yeah, of course I can introduce you. This triggers an event. Political marriage, you're familiar with this. It's done worldwide. You even volunteered to introduce him to a suitable woman. Fardak hesitated, ultimately not declining your enthusiasm. Alright. Actually pretty good at stuff. Okay. Let me introduce you to my amazing and wonderful daughter. As for the promise of mercy, can you handle this for me after I introduce you to my amazing, wonderful daughter? Here you go. Have some coins. You're fine. Ooh, we have better things in the guest house now. Yay. Grand Hunt still has another day. Right. Quayas. I think I need to give him a... Rebellion conviction gets a fear of Sultan. Okay, that's what I need. I'll give him this one. Petuna is at court. We're gonna send Emir anyway. A charisma accessory? Not terrible. I don't have the money for either of them, I'm just looking. Technically, there's 2 charisma accessories in there, but one of them's stone. I need my notoriety to go up, and my infamy to go down.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can go there. Yeah, I just need to do this, and I don't have the right people for it yet again. I guess these people hang out. Unless there's... Oh wait, I do have my dear wife, finally. So I might be able to do Pure Thought this turn. Where is it? Hello, where is it? There it is. Nope, that's not what I wanted. No? Oh, I can have my twin go. Yes, and Maggie already has some piety, so he's got piety. There we go. That should actually work out for once. Lady, this kitten has become even more beautiful and stacked. It's crazy. Hey Fardak, you like smart girls, don't you? Of course you do. How about you come over to the library and meet someone? Exactly. Okay, I think that's all I can do. I mean, that isn't necessarily all I can do, but it's all I can afford at this point. Alright, here we go. Things are counting down, it's all terrible. The season of the hunt has arrived. Among nobles, this is the time to boast of their falcons or hounds, yet you have something rare to display. A skilled hunter-slave whose prowess outshines any beast. Hooves across the wild hills. Servants beat drums and gongs, shook bells and waved torches, shouting as they struck the thickets to flush out hidden prey. Falcons wheeled high above, their piercing cries guiding the hunters. Hounds ran eagerly, barking and bounding forward, waiting for their master's command. Freedom on the high ridge. He rode to the crest of the hill, leaving servants and friends behind. The open sky, the wind, the scent of grass. This is the taste of freedom. I got physique. Nabani soon shattered the quiet, shameless as ever. He galloped past, hollering a challenge, waving his arm in mock provocation. Come on, Arzu the Fifth, let's see who spots the great beast first. He gains charisma. Ferris followed with his hound circling you, tails wagging, teeth bared, waiting for the chase to begin. He gained sociability. Jabal rode alongside, wiped his brow, and handed you a chilled cup of light wine. What a fine day this is, he says with a grin. He also gains physique. Adilla appeared on another rise, pointing with her blade. There! The trees are moving! Without waiting, she spurred her horse down the slope. She also gains physique. The noise in the trees grows louder. Something is about to break through the undergrowth. By rights, you should hold your ground and let it come to you. But Gullus plunges headlong into the woods, and no hunter will be left behind. You followed Gullus into the shadowed depths. There's a place where bears roam, he says. That is a prey worthy of this hunt. The canopy thickened, the air darkened, and his face hardened with focus. At a stream crossing, he suddenly halted. Master, I have a request. His eyes burned with resolve. Will you cross blades with me? Oh, there goes the occultist. Adilla gets a mark of combat because she enjoyed herself. He stands there as if he won't move without an answer. Okay, I think I need to go back to Gullus's page for this. Yeah, I don't have Selaman, and I don't actually know how to get him either. Which is interesting. If you answer, what are you thinking? We gain another point of physique, and stuff happens. If we answer very well, come on, we gain notoriety, and the event Slave and Master appears. I'm gonna say, alright, let's go. I knew there was more to you than meets the eye. You draw your weapon with a smile and tell Gullus to ready himself. His eyes light up. You plan to implement the scheme you and Nawful discussed in your territory, spending some money to help the poor learn some skills. The teachers you sent to teach the poor in your territory is surrounded and don't escape for 3 days and nights. People eagerly ask how to be a mason, carpenter, musician, painter, brewer, tomb raider, any profession and skill they can think of. They want to learn. You quickly ensure no one is teaching the residents how to be tomb raiders since your ancestral graves are within the territory. They won't do anything to your family's graves, my lord. They'll be grateful to you, Mahir says with a smile on their face. As the saying goes, a pair of skilled hands is a tool for gold, and you have granted them endless gold. The warm flow of water soothes your tense nerves. Oh, right. We send somebody to the bathhouse. They gain a bronze something. Omen. Nice. We sent somebody to court. We got inside information, and the Sultan is weary. But we also got intuition. Oh, jeez. Last time we did this, we searched for the remains and we lost somebody for like a week. Spiritual Constellation also spawns an event that loses somebody for a week. You must pay for your foolishness and negligence. Sorry. I'm gonna take the influence and notoriety. You looked at them coldly and thought, rather, both of them deserve to die. You motioned for the guards to drop 2 knives between them. Fight it out. The winner can leave my courtyard. They attacked each other with hatred, reluctance, anger, and sorrow until ultimately both collapsed exhausted and dead. Hearing about this, the Sultan lamented why you didn't invite him to witness such a spectacle. Although he said it, his light tone clearly showed satisfaction with your choice. People come to the estate. We make money. Make very good money. Quaeus visits you again, seemingly eager to confide in you. He has arrested the true culprit, reunited the man with his child. Through the investigation, he acknowledges his narrow-mindedness and believes that you are still the same, upright and kind-hearted. Even though you are a player in the Sultan's game, he trusts that you will use your position for good rather than harm. Thus, he is willing to serve you with devotion. Perhaps you don't have to suffer. Why be a suffering advisor? Why not be a joyful rebel instead? Quaeus is amused by this alluring temptation. Marriage can also bring happiness. With this in mind, you help Fardak find a suitable wife and bring them together. Lumera, what do you think of him? You call Lumera and tell her about Fardak, then ask about her opinion. Lumera's clear eyes stare at you without a hint of girlish shyness or hesitation. If that's your wish, I'll marry him, she says. But I'm just a beggar. How could I deserve a noble? Oh, well, if Lumera agrees, then this is not a problem. You ponder that as long as your influence is high enough, persuading others that Lumera is your adopted daughter will naturally give her noble status. As for Fardak, how dare he even be dissatisfied with Lumera? Yes, how dare he be dissatisfied with our perfect, precious daughter? How dare he? He will never. If he does not make her happy, we will kill him. She's perfect and precious. Alright. You must regularly examine yourself with piety, seeking the god's voice within. Closing your eyes amidst the cold sunlight and flowing springs, you extend your hand and in this moment of revelation sense something like God's touch. So, the piety is removed. Your thoughts is broken. Divine touch is given. That's interesting. I didn't realize that was a thing I could do. Yes, Quaeus, of course, wants to talk to us. Let's get organized here because, dear gods, it got messy. So much is happening. Nabani is in the game. Amira, go double down on our support, because I have 3 slander and it's bad. Sure, I'll pay for your tome. Need 10 survival this time? Well, Habib has to go. I think this gives survival? Who do I want with survival? That is the question. Losing changes nothing, but hey, you're in the wild. I mean, I'm not gonna flee, so let's just up my combat ability, I guess. Which... I do have an Arzu left, but not the one with the good wisdom, so let's find out what Quaeus wants. A person has been pacing in front of your door for a long time, holding a long, slender package. You notice it is Quaeus, the overly forthright courtier, now showing some form of contemplation. You send someone to invite him into the study to inquire about his purpose. He grits his teeth and places the package on your desk, uncovering the old silk covering it. This is my family's ancestral sword. I know your family must also have one, but mine is older and sharper. Alas, I present it to you. He looks as though he wants to say more, but after hesitating for a moment, he says nothing, saluted and prepared to leave. Alright. Come back here. You sensed he's concealing something. When pressed, he smiled wryly and said, "Sometimes I wish you weren't so perceptive." He recounted his family's history, territories, mansions, and properties lost over 2 generations. By the time he inherited his title, even his hereditary succession rights were gone. He's now the last of the Quays family entitled to call himself a noble. His mother remained deeply troubled by this, and your recent prominence has rekindled what he called inappropriate hope within her. Truthfully, I've abandoned such aspirations, considering our sovereign, but my mother threatens to take her own life. He sighed helplessly and shook his head. Forget this matter. Pretend I never came. She'll eventually accept reality. He nodded thoughtfully. You could indeed speak to the Sultan at court, giving him a chance to reclaim his hereditary rights. Elevating an ally's status would benefit you as well, but you wondered, is it wise to draw the Sultan's attention to him again? No? Is it ever? Amir? Hold on. Hold on, Amir. I got things I gotta do. Where is this? I think that means we have to go in person. We need sociability. Hold on a second. Who is in the guest house? Anybody with sociability? Anybody? Yes, these monks. Not great, but better than nothing. Does it have to be me, or can I send somebody with better sociability? That is the question. I suppose I could send my wife, maybe. Or... So what if I gave... Yeah, because you have no sociability, which is fucking terrible. Okay. We will try that. Mahir is back. We could attempt this. Stealth and wisdom? No. Stealth and wisdom. Doesn't have great wisdom. Who has better wisdom and stealth? Actually, you do, surprisingly. Combat and physique? Probably Jabal. Survival and physique. Aziz, I think. Sociability and charisma. Zeki. My lowest is still stealth. Wait. I know he's usually my stealth man, but... No, not you. You.
Huh?
My lowest is now sociability. Sociability and stealth, or sociability and survival. Okay, secret. Let's make sure everything survives. It's just for something for them to do, honestly. Put this back on. The other Arzu has her blade. Put that on. So now you have the ability to have an animal equipped. So there you go. That just helps. Need another one of these. I'm not entirely certain how to get it. Single touch. True faith needs no cross. After accumulating 3 pieties, you can upgrade true faith through methinks. So that's the next thing to upgrade with piety. Okay. This gives survival. You can get survival, you can get survival, you can get survival. Or should I put it on you? Yeah, your survival is shit, so it's hers. You need at least 10 survival to start the feast. Right.
Huh.
It only gets me to 8. Hold on. Who's in the guest house? Aha, survival. We'll go on you. That might be enough, though. No, I'm 1 short. Oh, wait a minute. I can put Lady Becky on somebody. She has survival. Who do I put it on? Zephyr. Zephyr deserves Lady Becky this time. Have some earrings. There we go. Now we're good. Okay. I think we've gotten all the things that we must do. Oh, it's getting dicey, guys. I say that, but it's been dicey for a while. I'm actually gonna save it here. Whoa. Don't do that. Reward the righteousness. We made Quaeus a follower for once. So, we now have 7. Awesome. But this is where I'm gonna save it, and we will wrap this up tomorrow. So let us save the game under the twins. And we now have 7 here. Not enough to buy anything, but we've got 7. Thank you guys for joining me on yet another adventure in Sultan's game. We are trying our best to get things done, and it is dicey. In any case, my name is Mayron Altheatover. I do stream Monday through Friday at 1 p.m. Eastern US time, and if that is not your time zone, feel free to give me a follow and put on notifications, either here on Twitch or over on Blue Sky, whichever floats your goat. Because maybe you have a boat now. I don't know. But either way, at the very least, you'll know when I go live tomorrow, so you can join me for more Sultan's game. If for whatever reason you can't catch me live on the regular, but you'd like to follow along anyways when it's convenient for you, feel free to head over to YouTube instead and subscribe. That way you'll have all my handy dandy playlists for your convenience anytime, day or night. And if you ring the bell, you'll know when the VODs go live so that you can stay up to date as best as you are able to. It's always about a day late than whatever I'm doing, but I don't stream over the weekends, so you often can catch up over the weekend. In any case, I do attempt to raid a friend or make a friend at the end of every stream. Feel free to copy pasta the handy dandy raid message to send the love on. If you are already over on YouTube and you are actually watching the VOD, feel free to raid the next video. You are welcome to do that too. I am gonna go jump into Psycho Phoenix's channel. She's playing Fortnite at the moment, hopefully with friends, but whether or not she is, she's always a fun time. She's sassy, she's Scottish, she's we call her Pee-Pee, and she's great. But you guys, I hope you have a fantastic, magical rest of your time, whatever time zone you happen to be in, and that you take care of yourself until I see you next, either live in my chat or over on YouTube, whichever, appeals to you. But until then, we raid in 3, 2, 1. Bye, guys.